Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and sound.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the EURC upper bracket. My name is Drumsaws. I am joined currently by this empty chair where Crafty has suddenly appeared. Good time, Crafty. How you doing?
Wait, we're live already?
We are.
Perfect. Nobody heard me say that. Did you introduce us already? This is EURC 2020 playoff time, baby. And I'm late as usual. But I'm Crafty, as you said already. I'm joined by Drumsers. This introduction was pretty shaky, but we'll do better next time. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm, keeping safe, keeping inside, keeping away from people, so nothing new really. But yeah. I'm ready for some... I'm looking forward to this, man. I am really looking forward to the games we're about to see.
Me too. We have some insanely exciting matches to look forward to today. Round of 16, so there's only the round of 8, I'm sorry. Not round of 16. I did the math. So there's only 8 teams left. And, we've been talking about this before. Out of these 8 teams, only 2 UK teams made it through. We have 3 German teams, and most surprisingly, 3 Dutch teams making it into top 8 as well. They really showed up so far in this tournament.
Oh yeah, considering it's usually been relatively dominated by British teams, and Dutch teams have kind of come out of nowhere and taken, like you say, they've got 3/8 of this last 8. They have just had a nutty last few weeks.
Absolutely. They even almost managed. They only came into this tournament with 4 teams, 3 of which made it to top 8, which is just insane. Almost made it to 4 out of 8, but they had an exciting match between Dorens Nijmegen and Ahoy Hamburg, which was decided for the German side. So we have 3 Germans as well. Kind of surprising. We'll talk about that later on as well. But the first match that we're gonna have on stream tonight. This is gonna be a long night. We're gonna have 4 matches, 4 best of 7s. This is just super exciting. A lot of great Rocket League to look forward to. But let's talk about the first match of tonight, which is gonna be don't lie here, which is gonna be Nottingham Trent versus Groningen. And these 2 teams are already super hot at the moment. Nottingham Trent, definitely one of the strongest UK teams. Of course, they made it to top 8, so they got to be one of the strongest. But they looked super strong in recent weeks. I remember talking to RWL Dragon in the first stream of EURC a few weeks ago, and he expected them also to probably make a top 3. So this is... We already have some sort of favorite for finals maybe here in this matchup. What do you think?
They were one of the strongest teams. I would put them as probably the strongest team as of a few weeks ago. But since then, Misty, probably that key player that started off the whole transformation that Trent's gone through, had to go back to Malaysia, and so he'll be playing on these EU servers with, I think last week he had 180 ping. So they didn't have the best showing throughout NSE last week, and they ended up not making top 2 like a lot of people expected they would. But still, that duo of Instinct and Johnny, just the insanely aggressive combination, putting out a lot of demos, a lot of nice passing plays, might be enough to compensate over a. I mean, Groningen have had quite a Cinderella story so far in the EURC. Having in the first week they came up against Jyväskylä and Nijmegen and came away 3-1 ahead both times, and then they won. Oh no, sorry, that was Nottingham Transfers. Last week they played against Bath when Bath had a sub in Vex, and every other game apart from that, the other 3, they've played Lancers A, they've reverse swept them. They've played Sussex, they've reverse swept them. They've played against Brighton, they've reverse swept them. Groningen are the team to come from behind.
Absolutely. I mean, I guess nobody really expected them to make it to top 8, especially not against Lancaster. So that was definitely a big surprise last week. But other than that, they had some amazing performances nonetheless, and they made it. They've been at EURC last year as well. I think they also made it to top 16, if I recall correctly. But this year they were sort of under the radar. Nobody really expected them to perform that well, especially with the competition being that much stronger compared to last year. But still, here they are facing Nottingham Trent, one of the, as we said, probably strongest UK teams at the moment, but with that connection of Misty, with that ping of Misty, we might not see the best performance of them. I mean, they are sort of reliant on him performing well, and that could really mean that Groningen can actually take them on in this best of 7. I mean, do you still expect Nottingham Trent to come up victorious out of this matchup?
I still think so, yes. I think Nottingham Trent, they just have such a smothering playstyle. Like, Misty is probably the calmest player out of the 3. He tends to be that man in the middle who's just there to kind of play around the other 2. But Johnny and Instinct, they are unbeatable when they're on form. So I think Groningen will probably start with a little bit more defensive play style. So I think Nottingham probably should take the first couple of games. I think Groningen will get maybe 1 or 2 back, and then I think Nottingham will just build up enough steam to pile drive them. I think it's probably going to go 4-2 to Nottingham.
That's a pretty good prediction. I probably would have said the same. So I kind of agree on that with you. And if I see this correctly, I do think we have all players in the lobby finally. So I guess we could give them the go. If you're ready, if you don't want to say anything else, I could say, yeah, let's start with the first match of the day.
I just want to get this underway. I am so excited to see this. Like, we started off with 32 teams. We started off with the best. We whittled it down to the best of the best. Then we whittled it down to the best of the best of the best. And this is what we're seeing at the moment. We are seeing the absolute top echelon of university esports in Europe, possibly the world.
You get me excited.
Starting off with a bit of back and forth play between the 2 teams. Good chance there for Cookie. Johnny doesn't quite have the read off the backboard, and Timotheus, caught out by that. Instinct's pushing up, but doesn't have the boost to really put the pressure on Base. Putting that back up the field. Misty's there. Instinct's backwards, but it's just enough for a fake. Onto Face. Ball sent back up by Johnny. Timotheus caught out of position there. Had to do the old 3-point turn around the boost. Misty's going to send that to middle. Instinct's waiting. Finds the top corner. Outstanding team play from Nottingham Trent.
What a beautiful pass from Misty. I mean, just to mention that now, he's playing on 190 ping, still manages to get this beautiful pass onto Instinct. And I mean, that shot has been just as great. Finds the top corner, as you said, and that is a great start from Nottingham Trent. But we do see Groningen trying to put a lot of pressure into offense. They've been following up pretty quickly, but so far it's not really working out for them yet.
Yeah, I remember when I was talking to Killsync last week after his broadcast, he was saying that Misty was playing on 180 ping. He looked like he was playing on 8. This man is not set back at all by what could be considered a handicap. It's beaten to the ball there, though. It's going to be awkward for Johnny. Nobody left in net. And Trent, that's just a wide open net for Cookie to put the ball into. They find the equalizer. Quick response.
Yeah, not the greatest touch there from Johnny. Probably tried to find Instinct there, but he didn't look like they were on the same page there. And I mean, that's just an easy pass from Timotheus onto Cookie. Great response there from Groningen. And as I said, they try to put up a lot of pressure on the defense, probably trying to exploit that high ping from Misty as well.
It's usually Nottingham's trick is starting off just super aggressive, trying to catch out the opponent's defense. So maybe something they need to work on before they start getting caught out themselves. As Cookie is going to send the ball up the pitch to Face. Face takes Misty out the game. Cookie, Johnny, once again the whiff on the backboard. Timotheus almost found the top corner, but great block by Instinct. Face keeps it in. Misty, slow dribble, dies for his efforts. Gonna be a nice tap from Cookie and just has to fake it under, but Instinct isn't falling for any of it. Good chance there from Groningen.
What a crucial save from Instinct as well. I mean, you can see they are really trying to increase the pace of the game now on the side of Groningen. But so far, Nottingham doing a great job defensively, keeping the ball away from danger. But it looks like it's just going to be a matter of time. And Groningen are always trying to look for these second touches as well.
They are very good follows up so far. That's a shot.
Oh,
not really going anywhere, but the keeper demo, that's going to leave an open chance. Timotheus almost got in the way of Instinct's clear, but Instinct does well to stay back. That's almost a return attempt from Groningen. Oh, an Instinct! Oh, the tragic bounce down off the bar. Own goal puts Groningen ahead.
Yeah, that is pretty unfortunate. I mean, the shot is not too bad. Finds the crossbar. It's pretty unlucky. You can't really do much about it. Ball just bounces off of him. I think he just got bumped before that touch as well. It at least looked like it. I mean, makes it even harder to read that. But that puts up Groningen with the lead. And outside of that great passing play that led to the first goal, we haven't really seen much offensively from Nottingham so far. And as I say that, he hits the crossbar.
Almost leathered one just below the crossbar, but puts it a little bit high. Instinct is going to keep the pressure on. But Johnny and Misty both backed off all the way. Giving a free shot. As Johnny with Cookie's going to send it to the corner. With that nice 50 from Misty. The ping advantage. Yet again, not really showing itself. Base. The 50 bouncing off the corner. Johnny with the dribble. It's the 50 to the middle. Instinct's going to drop that down, but nobody's there except for Cookie. They do that. And Groningen, really, they've been going all out for the demos this game.
Ooh, absolutely. Face is just... I mean, his name really is Face, and Face is the place. He knows it. He is going for these bumps and demos all the time, always rotating very aggressively. Interesting
noting that in Nottingham, they're often sending one player up but keeping two a little bit further back than usual. This is not the hyper-aggressive playstyle that we're used to seeing from them. And as of right now, it's not really paying off in this game one. Still a goal down, 40 seconds left. Instinct sends one up to Johnny on the corner. Tries to drop it to Misty, but Cookie, nice read. Just Johnny back with no boost. Instinct's there as well, but taken out by the hit. But Johnny once again, the backboard clear. Very key with those so far this game. Huge 50 from Face, he's got no boost. Misty stays calm and collected. Been told it's almost 1 o'clock in the morning that Misty is playing from. Do you think that's going to affect him at all?
That it could potentially. I mean, it depends whether he. Oh my god, Misty! Is that the ping? I don't know. I don't think he had a lot of boost there. I couldn't see it on my screen, but that could have been the equalizer. Ball still doesn't have the ground though. Can he get another touch?
Oh.
No. I mean, I don't know if he's that tired. He certainly doesn't look like it. I mean, it depends whether he was able to sort of adapt his sleeping schedule as well for this tournament. So far, he still looks as good as usual, but not as connected with the rest of his team.
Yeah, I mean, there's been hints of fantastic team plays coming through. That first goal was one of them, and that was created by Misty. But you have to wonder if they're going to pick up their usual selves, or if it's them trying a new playstyle just when it really, really isn't the right timing for it. But, I mean, Groningen, they looked incredibly coordinated. They looked collected during that game. I have to commend them for their team plays.
Absolutely. Both offensively and defensively. I mean, they didn't really let Nottingham create a lot of offensive plays, to be fair. I mean, we had that, as I said, one great passing play that led to the goal. Other than that, it wasn't really a lot of team play on the side of Nottingham. They were going for a few solo plays. They had a few shots on the backboard, but Groningen just did a great job defending it, clearing the balls away, and keeping that offensive pressure going, especially with the physical play that we've seen from FaZe. That really put Nottingham sort of on the back foot. They couldn't really create of their that much of themselves, and surprisingly enough, we also asked chat, and 63% of them think that Groningen will actually win this series, and so far, it just looks like it.
I mean, we both predicted Nottingham. Chat's gone for Groningen. Maybe they know something we don't.
Yeah.
It would certainly seem so with how that first game's gone, but Misty gets the first shot of the game. Instinct's going to send that back towards net, but nice clear off the post from Cookie. Johnny keeps that in the corner. Timotheus, awkward touch. Doesn't quite get the height of the backboard, but follows it really nicely with a flick. Misty, not a good tap, but a little too far forward to receive the pass. Timotheus is waiting there in the middle, though. He's going to have a free chance. Fakes it. That's going to roll very awkwardly for Instinct, but stays calm. Gets away with it, but now Cookie sends one into the top corner, and Groningen open up the scoreline this time.
But once again, such an aggressive offensive rotation. Look at them. All three players from Groningen inside the box of Nottingham Trent. They just know how to apply that pressure. They really know when to go for the ball. So far, you could say it's sort of over-aggressive, but it just works out for them, and Nottingham Trent not able to respond at the moment. Oh, great fake there as well.
I mean, it's the playstyle that won them that game one, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Nottingham certainly have a couple of things to fix so far. Last but not least, Cookie shooting. He's been putting shot after shot on the net, but almost puts another one in there. Johnny, that's an awkward shot.
Oh.
Huge demo is going to be an open net there for FaZe. Timotheus makes it 2 with his demo.
And talked about it earlier, just another backboard clear that didn't really work out there from Johnny. Hits the ceiling, drops down right in front of Cookie, I believe it was. And once again, the aggressive rotation for the demo works out for them perfectly. And this could very well be an absolute shootout if they continue like that.
Timotheus going for the demo yet again. Couldn't find it though. Instinct. Nice pre-flip to get the clear. 2 players up there for Nottingham. Bit of a communication mishap. But Instinct's going to have a shot. Can only find the backboard. 2 players baited out by the touch from Misty though. And Cookie. Actual third man at the back. They send one straight back to the Nottingham net. Instinct on the wall towards Johnny. Johnny's going to carry it on. And that's Instinct out of position. Just Misty at the back. Doesn't get the shot he's looking for. Cookie's there waiting on the far post. Face. Send it back towards the net. Instinct's there. He doesn't quite have the angle to carry this. Shut down by Cookie. And Cookie, enormous dunk. That looked like it was such an easy clear, but Cookie says, no thank you. That's a goal.
What a great recovery from Cookie there. and just gets right in front of this ball. I don't think Instinct or Johnny saw him coming there. Both of them basically lose the 50-50 against him. Just such a great play, and just shows how fast Groningen are playing at the moment and how quick they are to the ball every single time, especially in offense. And this is really spelling danger here for Nottingham. And so far they can't really find that synergy in defense. We have seen a couple of whiffs, we have seen a couple of not so great touches from them, and they really got to fix those issues in defense.
I really feel like they're starting to be a little bit easy for Groningen to predict, especially when they've had so much of this offensive pressure. Let's face, just a weak shot, not much boost. That's just Cookie left at the back. Johnny was after the demo. Misty is going to get a free shot, gets the double tap. What a recovery from Misty.
And also gets the bump there as well, mid-air. Beautiful. Nothing to do there for FaZe. He just gets tossed around inside his own box. Great touch there from Misty. I mean, one would think, how does this man play with regular ping? And as I say that, kickoff goal for Timotheus. Very unfortunate. I don't know what Instinct was doing there, to be honest.
Instinct, the famous kickoff known as the Ronicky. You hate to see it. Just like that, or that goal that they worked so hard for is just gone. They're back to three goals down. But it's usually 4 goals. Team has 4 goals, you usually think they've won that game, so this is looking more and more like 2-0 to Groningen.
Oh.
But Misty has other ideas. He's just gonna smack that one into the net.
Yeah, this time it's Groningen with the questionable backboard defense there. FaZe a little bit too hesitant, doesn't really get the ball away. Great read there from Johnny as well, and Misty, he just scores them. I don't know how this guy's playing with such high ping and still performing as he is, and oof, even gets that clear in.
I thought it was going to be another kickoff goal for Groningen, but Misty once again stepping up. Good pass over to Johnny. Johnny's just going to put it off the backboard. Instinct skies it. He had the whole net to shoot for. Misty keeps it in the corner. Nice tap from Cookie, but Johnny once again, he hits the post. Trent have just been robbed of 2 goals by their own shooting.
These open nets can really make the difference here in this close game. Nottingham Trent finally starting to find these rotations, finding these passing plays, and utilizing the backboard a lot more, which sort of has been a weakness for Groningen as well in this series. It's just not been used so far by Nottingham Trent, and they really stepping up now, sort of controlling the pace of the game now. And this game is definitely not over. Great shot from Johnny again, forces the double commit almost, and great demo from Johnny.
Nottingham starting to build that pressure up. It's the hit towards the keepers, but Instinct slows it down, read by Timotheus. Nobody's challenging this. Oh, Misty goes in a bit late. Instinct doesn't get the hit, but Misty, that's going to be easy for him. He's got a lot of boost, finds Johnny. Nottingham Trent get one more, and with 21 seconds left, they're looking so close to this comeback.
Misty is just so quick to the ball. Great recovery once again, and he finds the pass onto Johnny. Beautiful execution there. They're really increasing the pressure now, really getting this aggressive rotation in. And this could actually almost be the equalizer. 15 seconds left on the clock. You can really feel that Groningen is getting nervous a bit here.
Put the ball in an awkward situation like that, and nobody really on it. That's just going to not hit the floor. Cookie keeps it up. Back to Instinct. Misty has to get this up the pitch to Johnny, but Johnny's got no boost. He can only try and get the shot off. Oh, so close to keeping it up. But Nottingham denied of the comeback. Groningen take their first 2 games in a row.
And it's really unfortunate for them. I mean, especially looking at the stats here. It's 15 shots on the side of Nottingham and 9 shots on the side of Groningen. I mean, Groningen basically controlled the first 2 minutes and decided the game within those. And Nottingham were really stepping up during the end of this game, but it was just a tiny bit too late. I mean, being down 3 goals was a bit too much. I mean, they got this very unfortunate kickoff goal, conceded 2 goals from sort of awkward, clear attempts, and with that, Groningen were just able to run away with the game. I mean, we've seen that Nottingham trend are steadily improving throughout the series so far. I do expect them to look a lot better right from the start now in Game 3, but I mean, they gotta be super careful. If they lose this one, it's match point for Groningen already, and they will have to go for the reverse sweep. And I mean, it's possible, but I wouldn't see that happen in this scenario.
I mean, a reverse sweep on Groningen at this point would just be the biggest irony in the entire tournament.
Absolutely.
But yeah, Nottingham, they've shown these flashes of greatness, but they haven't really managed to maintain it for long enough to get a proper bit of offensive pressure going on. Let's see if they can start building up some of that this game. Gonna be Ace up early on that, doesn't quite get the pre-flip, but Cookie's gonna deny instinct to clear. Timotheus is up nice and quick, sends that to the middle, but nobody's there. Johnny didn't really have to go up for that. Wasn't really being challenged, and now that's a free ball for Timotheus, but the reverse aerial doesn't get anywhere near the power he's after. Base. And that lovely bump by Johnny takes him out to play. Timotheus up on the wall towards Face. That's going to give a free shot chance to Instinct. 2 players up there for Groningen. If Johnny can send that back to the middle. Thing's still there, sends another one on net, but it's weak. Johnny almost gets the block, but it comes off the post. Misty up onto the wall. Blocks the clear from Face. Cookie's going to have a shot chance, but takes it to the corner instead where Johnny's waiting. Misty intercepts. That's going to be a free one once again for Nottingham, but a little bit too far back. Maybe giving Groningen a little bit more respect this game than in the first 2.
But also not a lot of booster on the side of Groningen. Whenever we've seen them, there were numbers below 30 at least, and you can really see the pressure increasing for them. And we've seen a lot of great challenges as well from Nottingham now in midfield as well, trying to keep the ball away from their own half, and so far it's been working out.
So far it has, but still 0-0 the scoreline. A bit more back and forth play between the 2 teams. Johnny looks for that pinch, but Face wasn't really ready for it. Either way, Cookie's going to send that back towards Face, but with Timotheus on the back rotation, doesn't really go anywhere. He's going to try and send that to middle though. 2 players kind of baiting each other out there. Misty and Johnny didn't really know whose ball that was on the backboard, but they get away with it this time. Instinct, it's a good chance if he can send that middle, but Johnny just beaten to the ball. Nottingham, they're starting to get a little more of that confidence in their plays, a little more of that trying to find each other with passes.
Absolutely, confidence is the word. They are really going for these challenges now as well, winning a lot more 50-50s, and it really helps them building up that confidence and going for these balls, going for these aerials. And as I say, that Misty just whips one in midfield, but this is definitely looking a lot better for them, and they have been able to stand their ground in these early 2.5 minutes. Just need to convert on them now.
Looked a lot more like their game to control. Misty, he's got a bit of boost, still keeps the flip, tries to send that just to the post, but Cookie, good backboard defense. Johnny sends that to the middle. Instinct's back though. Maybe first onto this. Oh, what a pinch over to Misty. Great save from Cookie there. That was a tough one to read. But he is one tough Cookie. Now has the dribble. 50 from Misty. And another one, but that still goes back towards the Trent half. Oh, Johnny with the whiff. I believe Face. Nice tap to the centre, but 2 players back. Once again for Groningen. And respect from both teams now, I think. Groningen recognising that this is a different Trent to the first 2 games.
Oh, definitely. And Trent also really trying to go for these boost steals as well now, keeping Groningen low. Now that Groningen finally were able to alleviate some of that pressure, they can actually look for some offensive plays, and what a great shot from Face. Johnny was nowhere near that ball.
2 players near that ball, though. That's going to be another free shot for FaZe. Instinct can't get there in time. Groningen finally find a goal.
Oh, and another double commit. Very unfortunate. Miscommunication has been what basically, sums up their defense throughout the series. And these goals are just so unfortunate. They don't look like anything too special from Groningen. They're just capitalizing on these defensive mistakes on the side of Nottingham Trent so well. And it's really bit them in the butt so far.
A non-special goal is still a goal, and it looks like Groningen are more than happy to take them. That was a nice bit of passing, though. It's taken 2 players out of the defense from Nottingham, but again, doesn't really amount to anything. FaZe, no boost. That's going to pinch towards his own net, but nice rotation from Cookie, recognizing that could have been an awkward situation. Keeps the lead for Groningen with only 30 seconds left. And Misty. Pinch is huge. Johnny's not ready for it. Instinct sends it back over to Misty, who gets an absolutely huge half volley from the wall. Johnny needs to find the pass towards Instinct, but they're both in the corner. Timotheus just going to take this slow, gets rid of Misty. This should be game for Groningen. The pinch finds Johnny, though. It's up the pitch. Misty has 1 shot chance, but he doesn't have the boost to meet it. Johnny sends it back to the middle. That's dropping awkwardly, but FaZe just lets it down. Oh, close one there for Nottingham Trent.
What an unfortunate 3rd game for Nottingham. As all players from Trent have been leaving the lobby, I don't know if they realize that this is a best of 7. It's not over yet, guys. But yeah, what an unfortunate 3rd game. Nottingham Trent, just when it looked like they finally had that momentum going for them, it's Groningen that strike, and once again they get away with it. That 1 goal is all they needed to get that match point. 3 of those match points now, to be clear.
The trouble with opening up the aggression is it tends to leave you a little bit open in defense as well. So while they were putting a lot more of these more convincing efforts and a lot more of this pressure onto the Groningen net, they were leaving themselves viable to counterattacks. Viable. And that's just what Groningen got.
I don't know where you guys are. My lobby is... okay, I'm back in the lobby. It's all good. Was a bit confused there. Rocket League being Rocket League once more. But it looks like all players are gone. I don't know if they are going to be able to rejoin the lobby. But until then, I mean, we do have a 3-0 lead now for Groningen. They have looked incredibly strong, even though Nottingham really put up a great fight in that 3rd game. It looked like they were finally able to starting to control the game, control the pace, getting that boost steal, and they just couldn't convert. They just couldn't score. I mean, 1 goal probably would have made a huge difference in this game, and then Groningen are able to strike back. And now that they're facing this 0-3 on the side of Nottingham, they do need the reverse sweep. And do you think they are able mentally even to do that?
I think all they need is a tiny bit more defensive communication and a tiny bit more shot accuracy. That is the only thing separating them from a victory in these games. But they've started off a little bit shaky. That's another just wide open net gifted to Groningen. And with only 15 seconds into the game, that is not a good start for Nottingham.
Yeah, nobody rotating back there. I think Johnny and Instinct both were actually looking for that ball. And looked like Instinct was expecting a pass from Johnny. But that one just gets intercepted beautifully from FaZe. And that early goal is really going to hurt them. I mean, that is a mental bummer. And Cookie with another one. I don't even know how he got there.
Yeah, that's
just a great read.
Misty just missing out. Maybe that ping coming into play a little bit. But It was a fantastic team play from all three players of Groningen, just off the backboard, into the net. Easy as. Nottingham have to stop giving away these 3 goals. Trying to send one back up towards the Groningen half. Boethius is going to get the clear straight back. Intercepted once again. That's a lot of power on that. Might be awkward for FaZe to deal with. Only send it over towards the waiting Instinct and Johnny. Instinct, that's a lovely pass towards Misty, but Misty can't get anything on it towards net. Johnny gets the 50 onto Cookie. FaZe finds him first. Misty up the wall to himself. Oh, was starting to set up an aerial play, but just that tiny bump was enough to get rid of it. And you can see that they're starting to put together these plays, but again, just nobody's home from Nottingham. Gifted a free one was Timotheus.
Oh,
And
I was muted. I'm sorry.
I did think you were a little bit quiet with that analysis.
Yeah, I'm sorry there. I was typing on the keyboard and was trying to mute myself, but yeah, it's just been the attempt was there on that pass for Nottingham, but it's just been intercepted beautifully, and Groningen just looked like I mean, they even look like the dark horse now, you could say. They've just been performing so well as a team, going for these interceptions. Their reads are on point, and the follow-up as well, once again. It's just, I mean, how do you beat these guys?
Stop making mistakes. That's a fantastic save from Instinct, I've got to say. That saved them from 4 goals, which would have almost certainly spelled defeat. But yeah, you just have to shore up, I think, because they're not playing flashy, they're not playing unpredictably, they're just playing incredibly solid. They are rotating perfectly, they're communicating perfectly. So just a little bit of shoring up at the back. Nice block from FaZe onto Misty's air dribble. He's going to send that towards net. That is a double commit though there from Groningen. But straight up to Timotheus, who's going to get the clear. FaZe back up the pitch. No boost now. Just going to give that hit straight over to Misty. Nothing really amounting from it. I think that's a lovely shot resulting from the pass. But good save from Groningen, and like I say, they're just looking incredibly strong at the back at the moment.
Absolutely, and I mean, you really have to hit these follow-ups then, and another whiff there in offense for Nottingham really slows down their offensive play. That was just a great fake, I guess you could call it. Hashtag calculated. Great touch from Misty. Tries to actually find Instinct there, and I think he also tried to touch the ball, just whiffs it, and it's enough to catch the defense on Groningen inside of guard.
I mean, the calculated fake, but the calculated placement from Misty, that could not have been any more top corner. One more back for them, but they've given away yet another goal. I think the demo had something to do with it, but you can't be leaving the net open for that long.
Yeah, I mean, it's even been a double commit there on Groningen side for that ball after kickoff, and still no one in the net for Nottingham, and that is just a bummer. They try to follow it up with a kickoff goal themselves, but time is really running out for them now. And these clears are just too good on the side of Groningen.
They really are. They're finding space. It was a hell of a redirect attempt from, I think that was Misty up there.
Oh, no.
But just the counter-attack is deadly from Groningen. That's so many times that Nottingham have looked so close to scoring, but they've just been punished almost instantly.
I mean, that's just such a great 50-50 from Timotheus, to be honest. And it's a great follow-up from FaZe as well. They already knew they could go for that play. There were 2 players committed on the side of Nottingham, so it's an easy follow-up for them. And they just execute it so well every time.
Comeback at this point looks nigh on impossible for Nottingham. Just over a minute left to try and pull back 4 goals. It's unheard of, but I'd like to hear of it. Johnny tries to find that one. Place in the middle. Timotheus, nice beat onto Misty. Takes him out to play. Hit in the middle as well. That's Instinct. Oh, I don't know why Instinct was going for the challenge here, when Johnny was very clearly behind him.
Yeah, that just looks awkward. But I mean, it basically sums up the series there. It looks like the communication really isn't working out for them, especially in defense. And they are looking like they feel they have to go for challenges and for balls that they probably just should not go for. They should trust each other. And that trust so far has not really been seen on the field for them.
I mean, we've got Misty playing on the high ping.
Oh my god.
And there's the Brazil, there it is. Lovely team play from Groningen.
Yeah, that is just a great pass, and what a great placement from FaZe as well. I mean, Misty tries everything to get in the way of that ball, but just couldn't make it. 7-1. That is... I mean, this is definitely a sweep for Groningen. They're not coming back from that, to be honest, but what a performance from Groningen, and nobody expected them to make it look so easy.
Yeah, Instinct tries to get a bit of flash in there, just while they count down the seconds in their last game of this tournament. 4-0 sweep. There are no lower brackets remaining. Groningen will be the team that first make it through to the EURC semi-finals.
I mean, could you believe it? And not only that, with that, there's only one UK team remaining in the top 8, or with a chance to make it into top 4 at least. And if you would have told me a few weeks ago that Groningen would beat Nottingham in a quarterfinal, I mean, I probably would have called you insane for even saying Groningen will make it into quarterfinals. But now they are in semifinals, beating one of the best UK teams with a 4-0 sweep. I mean, what is this EURC 2020?
Not only that, they Braziled them in the final game.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, on top of
it
that,
just doesn't get any sweeter for Groningen than that. And, I mean, I've heard from Killsync, one of the other casters, that Instinct has been playing on a laptop with 4G internet. So that's, combined with Misty's ping, that's two pretty major things going against them. But,
yeah.
I mean, you still would have expected them to at least get a game.
Oh, absolutely. Especially with a player like Misty and with the class that these guys have. It's just one of the biggest upsets probably in this whole EURC so far. And I mean, Groningen, to me, out of the three Dutch teams that made it into top 8, I expected them to actually be the weakest. So now we do have Groningen in top 4 already. What are we going to expect from both Rotterdam and Northern Lions? This is just insane.
I mean, the next game that we'll be watching just after this one, we'll be seeing Northern Lions coming up against what is, in my opinion, the most stacked team in all of University esports, Berlin. That is T-Grey, Nagflow, and Hyroll. So, I mean, it remains to be seen how they can stack up against that. But I'd like to imagine like 3 Dutch teams out of the top 4. Can you imagine?
Don't. No, please don't. I mean, don't crush my hopes like that. I mean, I gotta root for my German lads here. But yeah, that is definitely a match to look forward to, and there are gonna be 3 more matches to look forward to. But after this, I guess we both have to take a quick break, and we will be right back with some more Rocket League in EURC 2020 quarterfinals. So don't go anywhere.
attention to it. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand, take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the wild. Into the
Welcome back to EURC 2020 quarterfinals. I'm still Crafty and I'm still joined by Drumsers. And we just saw one of the, as I said, biggest upsets probably in this year's EURC. Nottingham Trent being swept by Groningen. And with that, we already have one of the three Dutch teams in the best in the top four, and that is, I mean, that on its own is already such an insane storyline. But we have another one. We have Northern Lions, the second of the three, running up against Berlin Phoenix, trying to get the second upset of the day going for them.
I feel like this would be a much bigger upset. It's like I said before the break, Berlin Phoenix. I can't believe they're a university team. They've got two of the biggest names in the entirety of the EURC on one team. That is Tigray and Nagflow, and they've had a dominant performance so far. I think they've played against Durham, they've played against Brighton, they've played against Hamburg, and they've played against Kit SC. And the only game they haven't taken 3-0 was Kit SC, in which Kit got a game off them. But they've dropped one game in the entirety of the EURC so far.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we could both agree that they are, in terms of games taken, are the cleanest of all the 8 teams in top 8. But, I mean, they are definitely vulnerable. And they looked even better now that they got high roll on the team as well. They already made winning Uniliga look easy in Germany, where they swept Kit SC in the finals as well, 4-0. But it looks like some of these teams have sort of caught up a bit now. And I mean, Northern Lions, the Dutch team that already took out the UK reigning champions. So they already are the King Slayers. Will they just continue slaying kings?
That's a very good point. Portsmouth they've been quite on form in the last couple of weeks. They absolutely slayed in the NSE Challenge Championship bracket, and they've ended up as the top 2 this season, as well as being the reigning champions last season. And Northern Lions took them out last week. And not only that, they 3-0'd Jyväskylä, a team who narrowly missed out on making top 8 themselves last week. I think Berlin, yeah, they're incredibly strong, but Northern Lions, they're not to be understated. I think they should be a bit closer than last series.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And just so you guys in the chat know, again, hit that poll up in the top right corner, I guess it is, and vote on who you are gonna think is going to win this match. I have to say, I mean, not only because I'm German, but also because, as you said, this Berlin roster is just so stacked. I do have to go with Berlin as well this time. I do not expect this to be a 4-0. I probably think it could be a 4-1, 4-2. But, I mean, we saw what happened last time when we doubted a Dutch team. So, I mean, I'm very excited what chat thinks about this. But I'm also, of course, very excited what you think about this, because, I mean, you already praised Berlin a lot. But I can't help but really have this gnawing feeling that this could also go very badly for another reigning champion.
I mean, my prediction, to be fair, our predictions last series were just blown out of the water. We were nowhere near. And you've gone for Berlin already. I want to go for Northern Lions, but I feel like I have to agree with you on Berlin. I think it might be a little bit closer. I think we might see a game 7, but I think that depends on how quickly Noddy and Sirius can warm up. Those 2 key players for Northern Lions, how quickly they can catch up to the speed of Tigray and Nagflow. Because as Scenarius made a point over the break, Berlin just start out swinging. They come out with so much ferocity, and a lot of that is in part that duo of Tigray and Nagflow. So it all comes down to Noddy and Sirius to see how they can adapt to that and how they can eventually overcome that.
Absolutely. And once again, by the way, chat is against us with 69% counting on Northern Lions. And I mean, if that's gonna happen, I don't know. I'll probably just quit. I'll just quit. EURC.
There's a lot of Dutch people in chat today.
Yeah, probably.
They went with Groningen last series, and to be fair, they were spot on.
True.
So they've gone for Northern Lions this series. Let's see if chat can go 2 for 2. We're ready to kick off. They're kicking off. Oh, I'm excited. He's going to send an early one towards net. Awkward tap from Nagflow down to high roll, but he makes it. Tigray, nice speed. Sends that straight over to Rifle Games, though. He's high in the air. Sai sends another shot towards net. 2 players forced up from Berlin Phoenix. And Noddy beats him in the air. No boost at all. Can't really get the follow-up. Gets the flick, though. That's high roll out the play. But just sent away. Nagflow. He's going to send one towards the open net. Dismantling from Berlin on that clear.
Yeah, great clear there from Tigray. Gets it up very high with nobody on the side of Northern Lions able to follow that one up. No one able to beat Nagflow to the ball, who's just so fast to it. And yeah, I mean, they definitely overcommitted on that offensive play, and they got punished for it beautifully.
And it's our own. We mentioned Instinct last series playing on the mobile data. Looks like High Roll's having the same issues. See if that's going to be affecting his play at all. But as such, nothing obvious yet. Still looking pretty strong as that third man. Tigray. That one off the corner. Get the double tap. But Noddy reads that all day long. Rifle Games sends straight up to the ceiling. Doesn't get the connection. Tigray sends it back. Almost gets the tap out to Nagflow. Nagflow, massive dunk. Just Rifle Games to beat, but Rifle Games stays steady. Gets the clear. Now Tigray is up quick and put that at bottom corner. Noddy, fantastic save off the post, and once again to block the shot from high roll. And now he's on the counter-attack.
What is Noddy doing there? It's getting save after save after save. But Berlin are relentless. They're not stopping anytime soon. They're keeping the ball in Northern Lions half and getting these shots on target every time. They're just so quick to the ball. Noddy almost got beat there by high roll, by Tigray.
High roll was the last one back with the shot slowly rolling towards net, but it was very slow. Easy to contain. Tigray to himself off the corner. Darius tries to put that one up high, but Nagflow is up there already, waiting for him. Noddy to himself off the wall now. He's going to get a free shot chance, but tries to go for the center. Nobody's with him. Going to be sent all the way back down to Sai. Tigray. Huge hit off the backboard. That's awkward to follow up, but he does. Nagflow's there as well. And Tigray's going to get the shot chance. No, he passes to high roll. Noddy, what a save once again. The block on the 3-man passing play.
Noddy has been clutch with these defensive actions. Such a great save once again. Always gets in the way somehow. But so far, the transition from defense to offense has not really been working out for them. And Nagflow, he scores. I mean, he has been the top scorer in Uniliga. And Tigray, the one to pass it on to him. Beautiful play there. Once again, Tigray has such a great read on this play once again. Doesn't go for the shot, doesn't go for the back ball, just drops it down onto Nagflow.
The team synergy is something else. And Rifle Games came inches away from that save as well. Nagflow.
What?
What is that? Nagflow, what have you just done? I don't understand.
Are you kidding me? What is that read from Nagflow? I do not believe it. From that angle. That is just absolutely insane. I mean, there's no way you're gonna defend that. Nobody expects a shot like that. That is just Nagflow showing off once again. And Tigray with that back pass there in midfield. These guys are just like, they're just styling on them right now.
I mean, I said Berlin was going to be coming out swinging. They're coming out shooting. They're out for blood. And so far they've got it. Just over a minute and a half left. And Berlin are frankly styling all over Northern Lions. Tigray tries to get a double tap off the wall. Almost the open net afforded to Northern Lions, but Nagflow's back already. Finch only finds Tigray. Nightflow doesn't really have the boost to do anything with that, but tries anyway. Tigray demoed by Noddy. Good chance there for Northern Lions, but High Roll does insanely well to keep that off of them. And pressure mitigated from Northern Lions.
Yeah, but finally they find a hole in that rotation and are immediately able to abuse it. Tigray doesn't really go for the challenge. It looks like he was sort of hesitant to that ball. Rifle Games beats him and finds the open net. Very well done. And finally they were able to get that, not only get that clear, but also transition from defense into offense very quickly. But Nagflo just wins the 50-50 against two. What the hell?
Who needs a team? Who needs team plays when you can 50-50 with the force of as many players as you like? He took on two of them and he still came out smelling of roses. That was commanding from Nagflo. And Berlin, they've got to be feeling good right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they are looking as strong as possible. This is just... I mean, I wasn't sure whether they would sort of give it their best immediately right from the start against Northern Lions, but I mean, even Hyrule popping off now. He's been sort of under the radar so far in this game, but proves that he's just as good as the rest of his team.
Yeah, that's fantastic placement, and to get enough power on that and still keep it in, very nice shot from Hyrule. 5-1 so far, there's still time left in this game. Sai, looking to get a bit of style on it himself. That's a fantastic response from Northern Lions. Excellent team play between Sai and Noddy.
Yeah, beautiful. Gets the reset there on the ceiling and just puts that right onto Noddy. Not really much to do for him. He basically just has to fly into that ball. Beautiful placement nonetheless. But, I mean, 90% of that goal was all Sai. I mean, it doesn't look like they're going to come back into this game, but it's great to see that they can keep up the good mental, because that's going to be important coming into that next game in this best-of-7 series.
Oh yeah, in a game like this, where you've conceded 5 goals against you, then it's very important to try and shake off all of the feelings you've built up over the game, and just focus on resetting mentally for the next one. And going into that with the last goal scored, knowing it was a highlight goal like that, and that's got to be at least a little bit of hope there for Northern Lions.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there were definitely some good plays on their side, but you could see as soon as Berlin sort of like increased the pace, controlled the game, and it really put on that pressure on Northern Lions defense, it just got out of control. Like, as soon as they got serious, there were just highlight plays left and right. I mean, they were so fast to the ball. Northern Lions couldn't really get any good clear in. And if they can continue that, this could very well be a 4-0 sweep as well. But Northern Lions, yeah, as we said, they looked, at least mentally, they looked strong enough. They didn't fall apart. So if they can keep that up, if they can get some positive momentum going now from that last goal even, they could very well fight back here.
Yeah, I mean, that last goal, the team coordination is off the charts, but you have to feel like up until that point, the game was kind of at the mercy of Berlin Phoenix. The only reason that I think Northern Lions got that first goal is because Berlin just started feeling too good. They started feeling unkillable.
Yeah.
They pushed up a little bit too far and got punished. But kind of a humbling reminder. Let's see if they can shore up those very, very rare defensive mistakes this game. The Northern Lions, they have a mountain to climb to catch up with them. High roll. Tries to find the doink into the open net, but doesn't quite have the position. High roll taken out now by Tigray. Nagfly going for another of the same. It seems to be a specialty of his so far, but almost finds a third one up there on the backboard as well. Pressure starting off very good for Berlin so far. Nagfly chooses to back out of that. Gets the pinch over the middle, but Noddy's just waiting there. Play that back to the midfield.
Oh
Nagflow
my
kills Sai in
god.
net. Nice pass, but Noddy has it read the whole way. That's going to be a shot chance, but good rotation from Nagflow to shut it down. Demo onto Sai. It's starting out a bit scrappier than the last game.
Yeah, definitely, but you can already see the aggression coming there from Berlin. Also going for these bumps and demo plays now, and Nagflow is just all over the place. He's just so fast on the pitch, always finding these challenges. And the double commit between Rifle Games and Nutty could almost spell disaster, but Sai gets the save, crucial save at that one.
Born in those situations to stay calm and know where your opponent can and can't shoot. Lovely shot off the wall from Noddy, but T-Grey. Good positioning, and again, good composure. Sai is going to roll it slowly to the middle. T-Grey somehow gets the 50 from behind onto Noddy. Nagflow is going to tap that back over to high roll. Can't quite find the touch. That's going to give the clear chance to Sai. But shut down again by T-Grey. Right into the path of Noddy. High roll. Up off the wall. Finds nobody in the corner except for Rifle Games. Nagflow shuts down his dribble on the wall. Almost sends it towards net, but Noddy. It seems like they're just slowly working their way out of their half, only to be shut down immediately by Berlin.
Yeah, the defensive clears are just on point, but we can, yeah, as I said, we see that they're slowly stepping into the enemy's half now, trying to look for these plays, but you can still feel the hesitation there when it comes to really committing to this offensive play, because they don't want to be caught off guard in defense.
They don't. A slightly lower scoreline this game so far. Halfway through the game now, it's still 0-0, but it's been all Berlin. Feel like it's only a matter of time until one of these dangerous shots finds its way towards the net, but almost a breakaway chance. Nagflow chooses not to commit at the last second. Probably the smart choice there. Rifle Games takes high roll out. Good hit up onto the backboard. Noddy chooses not to follow. Stays low, looks for the 50 with T-Grey, gets it. Sai's going to be up first. Just looking for the demo. Rifle sends it towards the top corner, but Nagflow's waiting on the backboard. Only gets the tap over to T-Grey. And that was the first real chance there for Northern Lions. And now the air dribble. T-Grey just runs out of boost. Tries to find it. Nagflow's going to have the shot, but blocked quickly by Sai. And then the counter-attack sent away once again. And another few chances just coming inches away for Berlin Phoenix.
Oh, the fake! Oh,
Oh,
that could have been it. Not a lot of boost there on the side of Northern Lions, though, so it's kind of hard to keep that offensive pressure going. They aren't really getting a lot of these mid-boosts. Noddy now finally able to position himself, though. But it seems like if there's no defensive slip-up on the side of Berlin, Northern Lions are never going to score.
oh, and that's a fantastic passing play. Sai can't get to it. What a shot from Nagflow. I don't know how that has found its way in.
Oh my, how does he find that space? And Hyrule steals it away at the very end, just making sure there that that ball is going in. But what a beautiful play once again, out of nowhere basically, between Hyrule and Nagflow. And this guy is just insane with these shots from anywhere on the field.
There's been a lot of these situations where I've been thinking, surely he's going to pass that. But the play from Berlin instead knows what I don't. He knows there's a player waiting for him in the middle. And they're just so accurate and fast with these passes. That's a fantastic goal to open up the scoreline for Berlin. And with only 40 seconds left, it's looking like it might just be the winner. Noddy almost faked out by Nagflow. Nagflow tries to find another shot off the backboard. He is living up there at the moment. Noddy tries to start an air dribble, but bobbed out of the way by high roll. T-Grey is just going to waste a bit of time. Baits outside from the corner, but that's going to give a shot chance to Noddy. Forcing Nagflow to come off the backboard and find a save, but he did. That's an awkward tap. Sai's going to get another shot. Oh, Rifle Games tried to get the tap off the inside of the goal. 50 is big. T-Grey is going to be there first. That's Rifle Games out the way. Now it has to be end-to-end play from Northern Lions. Sai takes it to the wall. Shut down by Nagflow. That's going to find its way into top corner, and at 0 seconds, the cementing goal from Nagflow. Berlin take game number 2.
He just doesn't care where he is on the field. He's always gonna find these top corners. What is this man doing? He's on fire right now.
I mean, you said yourself, he was by far the leading goal scorer for this team in Uniliga.
Yeah.
And he is proving it right now. He is feeling good. He's on top form. He's synergizing well with his team. He just looks on another level.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's so fast to the ball as well every time. Like he beats basically everyone to the aerial, and his backward reads are just insane. I mean, as you said, he lives up there, and that's probably my biggest concern with Northern Lions right now. They really need to start getting control over their own backboard, because that's what really opened up all these plays so far for Berlin Phoenix. I mean, they had a lot of infield passes and passes from the wall now as well. And I mean, Nakflo, you can't really defend Nakflo or prevent him from getting shots on target. That's just, you can't do that. He's just that good. But still, if you get control over your own backboard, you will be able to get these long clears in more often and finally create some offensive pressure yourself, transition into offense. We've seen that a couple of times now in this second game, but they still got to step it up a little bit to be able to really compete with Berlin here.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a little bit of stepping up to do, but it's all on them to change up the playstyle. Berlin just have to keep doing what they're doing. Northern Lions have so much to make up for here, and you have to feel like if they don't take this game right here, then they don't take the series at all. Starting off, bit of pressure for Berlin. Tigray finds the angle, almost drops it in. Such a close one. Noddy's going to have the counter-attack, but Nagflo all the way at the back. Noddy sends it into middle once again. Sai's already up. Tries to find the shot down, but just finds High Roll waiting in the middle. Gray gets the 50. Sai shuts him down, but gets beaten out by High Roll once again. Tigray's going to tap it back to a waiting Nagflo, but great block from Rifle Games. Gets there nice and early. Noddy up quickly, but not as quick as High Roll. Control from Tigray, goes for the pop, almost finds his way to the top corner, but Sai read it like a book.
Yeah, but it's already 3 defenders basically forced to stay in goal there for Northern Lions, because whenever Tigray or Nagflo get to the ball, you don't know what to expect. It's just immediate danger. And if they can't really get out of that defensive stance, they're just gonna get scored on again.
Well, they started a bit of pressure there, but Berlin have shown that they're not just outstanding on offense, they know how to break the offense of Northern Lions. Have any extended kind of time in their half. Rifle Games tries to send it up, but Nagflo just had to wait and receive it. Almost finds the backboard. That's just rolling in. What's happened there for Northern Lions?
That looked really awkward. I feel like they were all expecting the touch from Nagflo once again. Nobody really trying to commit to that ball. I don't know why. I mean, you definitely have to be there a bit faster. I don't know if it's a communication error, whether they weren't really sure who to send for that ball. But yeah, if you give Nagflo that much room, you're just opening up these chances. And this time he didn't even go for the... Oh my, did Tigray really get that bump in as well? I mean, that's just such a great passing play once again. Tigray, he's such a great team player, and he finds that bump mid-air, going for that flip even. And it's just, I don't know how what Northern Lions are supposed to do here. It just feels like they can't really get a foot in the door here.
Tigray, that was just disrespectful. That man had a family. They're starting to put some pressure back on now, Northern Lions, but like you say, how do you recover from this? They are 2 goals down now. Nagflo looking to make it a third. Oh, High Roll. Oh, Berlin. Sublime passing play.
I mean, just when you think Tigray is going for the backboard, no, he just touches it slightly to pop it up to Nagflo, who sees High Roll in the box, and that is just another great passing play, as you said. All three of them part of that, and Northern Lions. I mean, you kind of starting to feel bad for them because it's just so hard to defend these plays. You can't really predict them.
And they make it look so easy. They're just doing it time and time again. 4-0 now, just over halfway through. Hyrule, all he had to do was drive forward a bit fast, and Nagflo had a free goal. The entire thing to aim for. Outstanding team plays from Berlin Phoenix.
And we're only at half time here. I mean, the game kind of started off slow, but that just escalated quickly, to be honest. I mean, we've seen 4 goals in quick succession, and it looks like they're never gonna stop. Nagflo makes it 5. And another beautiful pass from Tigray. And what is that? Where does he even come from? This guy is just insane.
He comes from the sky. He was up for that before Tigray was. They're feeling good. They're feeling too good. This team is looking like champions right now. Because we were talking Northern Lions, they've had a pretty good run. They are not a team to be slept on, and Berlin is making them look like plats. It's a dominant performance from Berlin right now. Asai tries to get the pinch up the field.
Oh
That's
no.
just gonna slowly roll its way in from Tigray. 6-0 now. And like you say, you start to feel a bit bad.
Yeah, I mean, and as I said, they did not fall apart in game 1. They looked like they kept their mental up, and were still creating opportunities for themselves. It looks like we reached that point now where you can really feel the desperation, and you can see that they're hesitant to go for these balls, even though we've seen quite the great passing play just there. But they're not. Oh, okay. They get a goal once again, but just don't cast a curse me every time. Come on.
Nagflo, a rare whiff in the net. Gives Rifle Games the opening goal for Northern Lions. But 5 goals the deficit. 89 seconds left to get them. It's an insurmountable task. And you have to feel like that was such a close chance. They almost cast cursed me as well. But they're putting some more of these plays on target. They're looking a bit more threatening. High roll, that's not a threatening shot. It's going to leave Sai the triple chance. Tries to send it back to middle, but Tigray with the shutdown. Body 50'd by High roll. Sai's there first on the backboard. That's Tigray out the play. That's Nagflo out the play. That's a slow roller, but Rifle Games got no power on it. All he needed was a bit more oomph, and that would have been 1 more.
I mean, you wonder really, what could this goal really make a difference here? And it looks like it at least brought some life back into Northern Lions, to be honest. But as you said, with a 5-goal deficit, it's not going to make a big difference in this game. But can they use that this time for their next match against... Oh my god, oh, there's no one in that. It's the next game against Berlin Phoenix, because they really need to... They're being Braziled themselves now after... We've already had a Brazil today, and I mean, Berlin just look too dominant right now.
Yeah, you could say they're playing Braziliantly. If you were a terrible person like me.
Oh yes, you are.
But now that that's a frankly staggering lead for Berlin, what do Northern Lions have to do to make up for that? What can they do?
Oh, they prevented the Brazil at least. I mean, that is something. They got that going for them. I mean, that ball was it going in? That just looked so awkward.
I think they were doing that, like you say, just for the purposes of getting rid of that also scary 7-1 scoreline.
Yeah, you don't want it. You don't want that.
But yeah, how do Northern Lions adapt to this? Can they adapt to this?
I mean, it's hard. I was thinking a lot of Northern Lions like throughout this tournament, and they really showed up these last couple of weeks. But I mean, it looked like they finally found their master in Berlin Phoenix. It's just phenomenal what they're doing at the moment, and can you really adapt to it? I don't know. It looks like most of these plays are just not preventable if you are on the level of unless you're on the same level as Berlin Phoenix, and Northern Lions don't look like they are at the moment. I mean, as I said, they could potentially recover through some control in defense, some control over the backboard. But then again, you see Berlin Phoenix with the infield passes. They don't even care whether you sit on the backboard or not. They will find an opening every single time. They're just so quick to adapt to what their opponent is doing. And at this point, I don't think there is anything that could prevent a 4-0, to be honest.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. I'm sorry, chat. It's been. They looked strong at times, Northern Lions, but what is strong against all powerful? Berlin have come out with a statement. They're playing against a full force team. Could argue that Nottingham Trent was a little bit handicapped with Misty being on high ping and Instinct having his 4G laptop issues. There is no arguing that Northern Lions aren't here as strong as they can be, and Berlin have just dominated. They have destroyed them. That being said, that's a good chance opening up for rifle games, but the back rotation from Berlin mitigates that. Nagflow in the corner, playing with it. Noddy gets 50 by Tigray. Tigray doesn't have the boost, but somehow still gets the challenge. That's up high. Gets the bump as well onto rifle games. Just forces Sai, but Sai gets the awkward touch. Now, counter-attack chance for Northern Lions. It's Noddy. Gets the boost away from Tigray and Nagflow. Great. Good tap over the top, and over the top once again. Noddy can only roll it up the wall, straight to high roll. High roll tries to send it to the middle, but can only tap it back towards Sai. And they dodge the pressure from that one from Berlin. Well, that's another great passing play though. Oh, the placement from high roll snipes the bottom corner, and there's another one of those lovely passing plays from Berlin Phoenix.
Yeah, they find him every time. What is this placement from high roll? This is just insane. Like, couldn't put it any further left, any further away from the last defender. It's just too good, to be honest. And yeah, as I said, you can't really prevent these things. How did that go through?
Tigray. That's such a precise shot. Yeah, that's just mastery of the game right there. And once again, he finds the exact same corner. That's just, that's just precision. That's easy as it comes. They're leaving me speechless.
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame you for that. I mean, this is just what Berlin is showing here is just absolute perfection in Rocket League. And you said that earlier in game one, you can really feel that they are hungry for blood. They want this title. They came here to become European champions of University Rocket League. And just another one. Great pass from Nagflow. Finds the pass to high roll again, who's really stepping up as well now. I mean, it's been a lot of Tigray and Nagflow so far in this series, but high roll, he's not just the third man. He's here on offense as well, scoring these goals now.
I'm gonna say, we've talked about Nagflow being an incredible goal scorer. We've talked about Tigray being the one that usually sets him up for that. What we haven't talked about is high roll just effortlessly filling that third man role. Ooh. And he's still out there filling that role. Tigray is gifted one on a silver platter, and it's been less than 2 minutes. It's 4-0.
Yeah, it's already starting to feel bad again. I'm sorry, Northern Lions. I'm sorry, but I don't know what's going on with Berlin at the moment. I mean, I did not expect them to look that dominant, to be honest. I had my my concerns with them.
What a save.
But yeah, they just swept them all away, just like they're looking about to sweep Northern Lions. This is just such great Rocket League from the German champions.
So obviously we have 2 more German teams in this top 8, and we still have quite a few games left to play. But do you think any team right now can even give a challenge to Berlin looking this good?
I mean, it's hard to say. I won't underestimate anyone, but oh my god, defense is falling apart now as well for Northern Lions. But I mean, I can't really blame them. If you're being dominated for 2 games and like for a 3rd game as well now, you really start to lose hope, I feel like. And Northern Lions, they had some momentum in game 1 and game 2 at the very end, but it just looks like it doesn't matter, and Berlin just doesn't care. And to answer your question, I can't even, like, you can't even talk for a few seconds straight without them scoring. It's insane.
Yeah, it's... I mean, you talked about mentality. Northern Lions, they can't be feeling very good right now. And to have that little bit of hope, to have a little bit of motivation to even start a comeback is what makes reverse sweeps so lovely to watch. The Northern Lions have none of that. They have nothing left, I don't think. They're just being pounded by goal after goal after goal. And there's nothing they can do about it. There is not a single thing that they can get going at the moment.
Come on. This is just... They're dead already. Please stop, Berlin. God, have mercy. This is really... I mean... Yeah, you really gotta feel bad for them. But they still come up with plays like that, and that is just so nice to see. Beautiful passing play between all 3 of them now for Northern Lions. And if you feel like if they could just show more of that, get more aggression in themselves, they could really put up a fight here for Berlin. But it's just Berlin doesn't let them. They just don't give them the space to do that.
Hey, I mean, 1 goal, that's the start of every comeback.
I feel like we've been at this point for 3 times now. It's...
Yeah.
Starting to get old.
What, back-to-back Brazils in the series?
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna stay at a Brazil, to be honest. I mean, there's still 1 minute and 15 seconds left to play.
Yeah, it's not looking good right now for Northern Lions. That was quite a good attempt, though. Rifle Games almost fakes out and gets the other shot. Iroh sends that to middle. Tigre's up, doesn't make the connection. Dai is going to have a shot chance here, but doesn't have the boost. Noddy's up quick, almost drops it down. Rifle Games can't make it through the 2-player defense of Berlin. Dai gets the block in the air. That's straight back to Rifle Games once again, sends it high, but Tigre is up there already. High roll. Tap that up to the middle. Nagflow gets the 50. That's still up high in danger zone, but Sai sends it back to the Berlin half. Oh, Noddy was given an opening there, however slim, but couldn't make the connection. And 30 seconds left. Time is just wasting away at this point.
Yeah, and I guess we're all grateful that Berlin finally slowed down a bit and didn't continue that onslaught. It's just... It looks like it's going to settle at this Brazil after all. You will probably call it Berlin from now on. But, I mean, this is just top-notch Rocket League. Oh no! Will they make it 8?
Oh,
Not this time. They're still in for something.
Yeah, I mean, it's heading back towards the Northern Lions half, but still. Oh, Nagflow robbing Tigre of the shot. Dai, keeping that dead. They finally had enough. They slap it down. That's GG's. That was a...
No, it's not over.
Is it? Is it not? Sorry, there's been so many goals this series, I kind of lost track myself.
Yeah, wasn't that game 3?
I think that was game 4.
Was it game 4?
That was
it
game
was
4,
game
yeah.
4 already. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
It's been an absolute goal fest.
Yes.
Each game has felt about 20 minutes long.
Yeah, I mean, I lost track. I'm sorry. It's over already. Well, I guess we finally found mercy for Northern Lions, and with that, they of course are eliminated in style by Berlin to move on to the top 4. I mean, nobody really doubted them, unlike Chet, of course, but I'm gonna ignore that for now. But yeah, I mean, you could really feel both Tigray and Nakflow especially, they are hungry. I mean, we were talking about this before the match off stream. Both of them just got relegated in RLRS and RLCS respectively. So they really have to prove something here, it feels like. And I mean, you could see that they came here to win the whole thing. They really want to prove that they are at least best in Europe of University Rocket League. And so far, and to finally be able to answer their questions you asked earlier, so far I do not think there's any other team that can compete with them if they continue at that level.
Yeah. The thing for me is they made it look so easy. They didn't break a sweat at any point during any of those games. And I have to say, when they got the Brazil last game, I feel like they only did that because they were denied it the game before and they thought, you know what, let's just do it again. They have just a command of the game that can't be matched, I don't think, by any of the remaining teams in this tournament.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to say. I do think, even though Kid SC, the second German team, or the team that placed second in last split, got swept in the finals, I still think that they somehow might be the one to challenge Berlin, because they know their ins and outs, and they probably, they out of all the teams that are left in EURC, they have played them the most. Because another thing about this Berlin squad, they don't even scrim. They don't even play outside of regular play, because I mean, of course, Tigray and Nakflow with their respective teams don't have the time to scrim with the uni squad. So the only scrim time, or the only play time you get against this team is when it matters. So that is so hard, and still it's even more impressive to see them play so well together, to have that chemistry without even putting a lot of effort into it, and that just makes them even more scary, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Kid SC, that's the team that we'll be seeing next. They'll be up against Erasmus Esports Rotterdam, the last of the Dutch teams that we'll be seeing today. And I think probably they are looking to contend for that top spot as well. They've had a fantastic showing so far this EURC. And although if they did get through this quarterfinal, they wouldn't come up against Berlin until the finals, theoretically, I think, personally, for me, they're the team to do it. That's going to be taken over. I think, Crafty, you'll still be here, but I'm going to be replaced by my very good friend, Killsync, just after this. But I just want to say it's been an absolute pleasure, man.
Yeah, thanks for having you on the stream. It's been great casting alongside you. And, I mean, I said it's going to be a long night. If we continue like that, this is actually not going to be that long. I mean, we've seen 2 4-0s, but yeah, I think that the upcoming matches are going to be a lot closer, especially in the next one. I'm really hyped for that one. So yeah, thanks again for having you on the stream, and we once again will be taking a 5-minute break, I believe. Let's make it 6. I don't know. Only production knows, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with Rotterdam versus Kid SC, and that one is going to be spicy, I guarantee.
Also ganz ehrlich, 15% Herz sind ja ganz nice, aber du musst definitiv auf das Live-Set gehen, weil es in Kombi mit Schildbonus immer viel mehr bringt. Vor allem, wenn du voll auf Konstitution skillst. Dann ist alles vorbei. Besonders, wenn dein Mainstat in Prozent ist und nicht flat, aber das ist ja eh klar.
Ja klar.
As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, yeah, radiate, but now we're drowning.
Good evening. We are back with more EURC 2020 quarterfinals Rocket League. I'm Crafty, and yes, Drumzers has left us, but I'm joined by Kilsing now. Kilsing, how you doing?
Hey, yeah, I'm doing great. It's been some fantastic matches to watch so far. So I'm excited to be casting these last two. I think quality will be quite extreme. There's some good teams that we're going to be seeing, and it's sad that we've had two relatively walkover matches so far. So I'm hoping that for the next two that we get to see, there's going to be a bit of a closer match with a bit more contesting from both teams, really.
I mean, I do hope so too. I do think the next one is actually the closest match we have tonight. I mean, honestly, I did expect the other two to be a little bit closer, but
yeah, I think a lot of people were definitely expecting Trent there to pull up a little bit more of a performance than what they did. I think the Berlin one almost a little bit predictable. I think Berlin were expected to do the sweep, but I don't think they're expected to do it with two Brazils coming through. But yeah, this Kit and Erasmus match. I mean, if anybody's going to really challenge Berlin, I think everybody can agree it's likely to be these two. So, in terms of who goes through, I mean, do you have any thoughts on who you think is going to come out the stronger team here?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, whenever I expect Kiddersi to show up, they don't, and when I doubt them, they show up. So it's hard to say. But then again, this Rotterdam team just looked so strong throughout EURC so far. And when I was talking to, I think it was it RW Dragon again? I think it was. Yeah, we were predicting finals after week one, and he predicted the Berlin versus Rotterdam final. And
oh wow,
I mean,
okay.
I mean, this could very well happen right now, because Rotterdam, if they can continue with what they've shown so far, I think they even have the upper hand on Kiddersi. With Kiddersi, you never know which version you're gonna get. I mean, they look good when they don't play Berlin.
Yeah.
So
I do. That's very true.
I do expect them to at least put up a great fight here, and it could go either way. This could be the only Game 7 series that we see tonight. I do actually hope so, but I feel like I have to bet against my German fellas here. This I think this is going to be Rotterdam's game.
Yeah, I think Rotterdam is likely to take this, and obviously, if they do, they're playing off against Hamburg or UWE afterwards, and I think for them it's probably going to be a difficult match, but I don't have any doubts that they're probably going to make it through that. So the very high likelihood is that we're going to be seeing the Berlin final versus one of these two teams. So I think this is really one of the matches to watch, because whoever comes out top here is likely to be in that final, likely to be playing Berlin, and stand a really good chance of pulling off something spectacular. This Berlin team, we saw how strong they were. They were dominant. Even in this quarterfinals, they made it look like it was the round of 32, as if it was one of the lower teams coming through. And it wasn't. It was the best, one of the best 8 teams we have in this EURC, and they made them look like they won. And really, Kit and Erasmus, they both have to turn up here. Otherwise, it's going to be a blowout for Germany throughout this entire thing so far. Berlin will just trounce it.
Yeah, it could very well be that. And also, of course, we want to know what you guys at home in front of the screen are thinking this game is going to look like. So hit that button somewhere on the top right corner of your screen and vote who's going to win this match. We are both on I mean, we're sort of trending towards Rotterdam, but I mean, it could go either way here, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. I think if they show up out the gates early and start strong, then they have every opportunity to really gain momentum in the game. But if they allow Erasmus even a foot in the door early on, I think they're going to struggle for the rest of the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both these teams have shown so far in this tournament what they're capable of doing. Rotterdam has just looked slightly stronger, but then again, Kiddersi was the one who had to go up against Berlin last round. So,
yep. Yeah, they
kind
were.
of hard to it's kind of hard to take that into account. But yeah, I do think Rotterdam, if they play on the level that they've played so far in this tournament, they just have the slight edge over Kiddersi. And I mean, of course, I do hope for the German squad to show up to compete with Rotterdam. We certainly hope that this is not going to be another 4-0 because that would just be sad. But I do think this is the most competitive of the 4 games that we're going to see tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And I think with both teams ready to go, Crafty, are you ready to? Ready to jump in this? I think. I think we have everybody. So if you're ready to go, I'm equally as ready and raring for this match to begin.
I'm absolutely ready and very much excited about these hopefully 7 games that we're going to get to see.
Yeah, definitely. And without further ado, getting into the match against Kit, SC, and Erasmus, we're going to be seeing Arno with a great 50 on that kickoff, trying to take it early. Kit not wasting any time here, but a great little pressure coming through from Wizard, trying to get it on target early on, causing a bit of pressure for this Kit team, and a great start to the game. We said it needed to be done from Kit's side. It wasn't. Erasmus starting off early. Juicy, great backflip into Maxio. Maxio finding the center of the goal, and an easy start for them.
That hurts to see that. I mean, not the greatest toucher in defense from Arno, and immediately punished by Rotterdam. And yeah, you said it earlier. If they can really start the game that well, they just might be able to run away with it. So I'm really hoping for Kidesi to recover immediately from this first goal.
Yeah, they need to, but at the moment they're not looking like they're able to get the ball out of their area into a place that's going to be dangerous. Wizard taking it up high. He's going for the flip reset. He's gone for the side, and he's got it. Wizard with the solo play. He puts it high over Matey, goes for what looks like a flip reset, doesn't actually go for it in the end, fakes both Arno and Pads out, putting it into the right-hand side and taking an early 2-0 lead. Rotterdam go ahead in the game with only 45 seconds gone.
What a beautiful display of skill there from Wizard. He reads that one so well, and this is just looking dominant already from Rotterdam. And Kidesi so far really haven't found the foothold in defense especially. They look somewhat disconnected, out of position, and really haven't been able to really transition into offense at all.
Yeah, definitely. And we don't really expect to see any sort of solo plays coming out from either team. They're both so strong on defense, but Wizard just making them look a little bit silly. And as I say that, a good pass coming through from Matey, and not being able to find the target. Pads just putting it onto the side post, and it's going to allow Erasmus to take a bit of a counter attack here, and they might struggle, but a good 50 come in the way of Kit does take all pressure off of them.
Oh, yeah, they're finally getting these passes in. Looks like Rotterdam are allowing them, though, giving them a lot more space than in the previous 2 minutes, but so far they're getting away with it, not really converting on these offensive plays, and Rotterdam still getting these clears in.
Yeah, and Rotterdam, they don't really look like they're struggling on defense at the moment as Arno tries to play it left, but Maxio not baited out at all by that, trying to get a 50 onto Matey, but he goes straight to Pads. Wizard there to cat out any play, and Maxio is going to look at trying to put it center here, potentially for Juicy, and he's got it over the top. Juicy's coming in early, but Pads there with the block, and Matey trying to bail him out, but Wizard's putting it back in for a dangerous place for Maxio, but a good clear coming the way of Pads, but going straight back in center again, and the pressure is relentless from Erasmus at the moment. But as I say that, Matey with a great shot into the top right-hand corner. Unbelievable right there. Great pass out from Pads to Matey. I think Wizard there just going for boost instead. No, sorry, Wizard in goal, trying to make the stop. Can't quite pinch it with the crossbar, and it goes in, and we're seeing 2-1, and Kit just trying to pull it back in this game now.
What a beautiful shot there from Matey. This was just insane. The position on that one perfectly placed there just below the crossbar, and that is just what they needed now. With 2 minutes, a little more than 2 minutes left on the clock, this game is definitely not over.
No, it's definitely not. And as a demo comes through, we're going to see Kit getting a little bit of pressure on, but the demo's allowed Wizard to get back in defense. Cuts out the play immediately, and Pads getting the shot on target after a good bump. But unfortunately, Kit aren't able to convert that opportunity. Arno's going to look to play it right-hand side to Matey. Wizard cutting out the play. Juicy with the follow-up, getting it into the corner. He might still be able to follow, but not able to do so well enough. Getting it over the top of Wizard. Wizard needs to get a good clear, but Matey's up early and a good demo allows a drop down, but nobody there from Kit. A great opportunity trying to play it back into the top left-hand corner, and Arno just can't find the target, and that was a perfect opportunity for Kit, and unfortunately for them, a great bit of defensive play coming through from Erasmus stopped every little bit of play. Ooh. But as we say it, nobody in defense for the Erasmus team. A double commit from Juicy and Wizard, uncharacteristic of them. Maxio, bad touch into his own corner. Pads following on to that early and able to put it into an open net, and we're seeing a 2-all game. Erasmus and Kit taking it to the wire in this first game.
Yeah, they kept up the pressure there. Great rotations, even though they all had to fall back after their first offensive play. All came back rotating in, kept the pressure up. No time for Erasmus to recover, but Wizard puts in another great shot there on target, but Pat's there to save it. Not only scoring, but also keeping a clean sheet there in the back. But Kiddersi are definitely back into this game.
Yeah, they really are. And at the first maybe minute or so, Kit almost looked like they were going to be out of this game straight away. And then they just came back into it. They knew they needed to change tank up, and they did. But Wizard going for the air dribble. He doesn't quite get the control that he wants onto his car, and unfortunately doesn't lead to anything from him. Juicy trying to drop it down. Wizard will be looking to follow, but instead leaves it for Pads. Pads and Arno with a double commit there, trying for a pinch, going towards the goal. And up early is Maxio just to cut out any sort of play. Pads baited out by Wizard. Wizard just dropping it over the top, and Matey needs to get a good clear on this. Doesn't get a great 50 in his own area, and it's allowing pressure to go back the way of Erasmus.
Yeah, they're trying to fight their way back into this, but Kiddersi defense looks a lot better now. Solid clears another way, and this beautiful demo there from Mati opens up a good shot opportunity. Bump from Arno as well onto Maxio, who just respawned. Beautiful play on the side of Kiddersi.
Absolutely unbelievable. KSC allowed themselves maybe 10 seconds just completely uncontested for that entire bit of play there. Great demo coming out. A rebump on the man that had been demoed just allowed KSC to take all momentum in those final 30 seconds, and they have shut down Rotterdam, who looked like they were going to take this first game if everything had continued to go the same, and they just haven't. KSC dominated in these final 2 minutes, and Wizard trying to put it up into the middle, trying to make some sort of play carry on. Juicy trying to get it back in, but Matey with a great touch, and he's going to let it drop, and this first game going the way of Kit SC. I mean, unbelievable game. Absolutely unbelievable.
What a great start to this series already. And it's been such an even game. I mean, yes, Rotterdam controlled maybe the first half of this game, but Kiddersi able to crawl back and really fight their way back into this, and in the end come out on top. I don't even know how they did it, but Rotterdam just gave them a little bit of space, slowed down a bit, and Kiddersi immediately capitalizing on it. And you could see that once they had the control over midfield, where they were able to put on pressure, get the boost in midfield as well, they should have been relentless. And they were basically forcing these double commits and defensive mistakes from Rotterdam.
Yeah, and the passing coming through from Kit SC as well, that just kind of tore down Rotterdam for the most part. I mean, obviously the last goal, a pass wasn't really needed. It was actually an open goal that happened to hit the side wall. I think it was Pads. I don't quite think he realized the goal was open at that point in time. But nevertheless, the amount of time that Kit SC were allowed in that attacking third, you just can't do that to a team of this caliber. If you continue to, all that's going to happen is they're just going to punish everything you do. And that really went to show, because after the first minute or so, Rotterdam just allowed far, far too much time for this Kit team, and you just can't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they really got to work on that. And if they can continue to play like they did in the first couple of minutes, they should still be able to create more pressure and to maybe dominate this squad. But they have to keep it up for 5 minutes.
Yeah, definitely. And Juicy trying to pass it into center. Nobody on his team following. Arno getting it out to Matey. Matey is going to look for a drop down, but a great cut out of that play by Wizard, and Maxio just putting it off to the left-hand side, and there's nobody back on defense, and if Wizard can get a shot on, or Juicy, as a matter of fact, they might be seeing an early goal, but great defense coming through from Kit, just shutting that down early enough, not allowing any pressure coming through, but a good pass into center from Pads to Matey, and again, Kit here left low on defense, but zero boost from Wizard means no play allowing to develop, no challenges coming through, and Maxio up early again, going for a bit of a solo play here, trying to get a dunk onto Matey, isn't managing it, and Wizard with a good shot down, but not able to find the target, and that seems to be the problem with Kit at the moment. The target is just not being found.
Yeah, but also we see a couple double commits now again on the side of Kid.SC, especially in midfield, so you can see the pressure is still there from Rotterdam, finally able to sort of alleviate that and have some breathing room, get some boost for themselves again, and try to build up a counterattack from the defensive stance. But Rotterdam, they really want that first goal once again in this game.
Yeah, and a good pass coming through center from Juicy. Wizard with a good 50, and this is a great opportunity and a bad hit out from Arno, but Maxio not a strong enough shot, and now it's going to be Kit going for the counter-attack and re-countering. Wizard going for the shot, and he's missed the target. We expect Wizard to be scoring from those angles. We don't expect any misses. I think he assumed he had a little more pressure than he had, but he didn't, and he's not able to find anything from that play. It looked like a perfect opportunity for Rotterdam to go 1-0 up there, and still 0-0, unfortunately. Good pass center from Pads, but no one there except the Rotterdam defense, and that was unfortunate.
Rotterdam are creating so much chaos in Kid.SC defense, but they're not able to capitalize on it. Those have been supreme goal-scoring opportunities, 2 or 3 of them now within this game so far. But, I mean, if they don't convert, this could very well spell disaster for them, because Kid.SC still in this game, looking to find these openings. But Rotterdam keeping up the pressure. When will Kid.SC be able to strike back here? So far, it's not really too much offensively from them.
Yeah, and Matey with a good pass into center, but nobody there to follow up on that one. Maxio's going to look for a 50, does so on the wall. Pads there to follow it up, but beaten out by Juicy. And this is difficult right now for Kit.SC to deal with. Juicy trying to put it back into middle, but a great cutout from Arno there. And Wizard needs to try and find something from this play, but isn't going to do so. Opts to go back, following Juicy a little bit there, and the goal is relatively open, but Juicy finding the save, a relatively easy one for him. Wizard needing to turn sharply on that. Matey's got every opportunity to get a good pass in, but Maxio meeting Arno early, not allowing the pass to come through for a goal there. Good pass off of the backboard to Matey, and Matey with the shot. Maxio with the miss, and Wizard needs to try and clear this out. Does so with a great little flick, and it's Pads versus Wizard. Who can win? And it's Wizard. Wizard beating out Pads on the 1v1 there. He'd already flicked Arno. It looked like Pads might have the opportunity to challenge a bit earlier. Turns too far close to his near post. Doesn't allow himself the opportunity to make a good save there. And Wizard with a great little flick over. 1-0 to Rotterdam. 1 minute 30 seconds remaining on the clock. And it really has looked neck and neck so far. Neither team looking like they were going to take it, but a whiff from Matey leaves the goal open. Pads coming through just to save his teammates out there.
Yeah, once again, it's been a solo play for Rotterdam here. And Wizard doing his magic there with the dribble and the 1v1. Beautiful play by him. But Rotterdam, yes, you said it didn't look like either team is going to take it. They still had the better goal-scoring opportunities so far, and they were finally able to convert on them. But we have seen from Kid.SC that they are able to strike back, and I'm expecting to see just that in these next 50 seconds as well.
Yeah, and a good pass coming through, and a drop down, but not able to get it under the crossbar. Matey will not be happy with that one. He knows he should be scoring from those angles, especially with only a minute left. It's so crucial to be making sure you're putting those on target. Arno, great shot, but backboard clear coming through from Maxio means play going towards Erasmus, and hopefully able to get something from that. But Pads, good pass over. Matey trying to get the read onto the backboard, does so, but doesn't get it down to his team. Pads looking for the block there, trying to re-block Wizard, but Arno happy to try and take over the backboard, and it's an attempted double touch, and just slightly over the ball there. It was so close though, could have made it 1-1, wasn't able to get the conversion. And as this ball goes towards this corner of Kit, it almost looks like it's done. Wizard's going to try and bait out the challenges, drop the ball down. He almost gets it, still trying to challenge. Ball goes down, and Rotterdam tie up the series 1 apiece.
And this is not going to be the 4-0. Beautiful. The first series that is at least going to a game 5, and that is something at least. But, I mean, beautiful play here from Rotterdam. They looked very solid throughout the whole game. I mean, they had a very dominant early game in the first one, but then sort of just gave it over to KTC. This time, they really kept up the pressure. They were playing very well mechanically, especially Wizard, I mean, with that goal, basically deciding the whole game himself. And KTC, yeah, it looked like they couldn't really get a foot in. And I don't know whether it is them trying to react to Rotterdam and not being able to, or whether Rotterdam is just too clean at the moment. But I feel like KTC should have done more here in this scenario.
Yeah, definitely. I think KTC, just the composure levels that they seem to have in the first game just wasn't there that time. The shots that they were pulling off in the first game, a lot of them were going on target, really forcing Rotterdam to try and make those saves. But in this game, there was a lot of opportunities for Kit to actually equalize and to take the lead, and they just couldn't convert any of those chances. We saw some uncharacteristic misses. The attempted double touch, it was great, but Arno had all the time in the world to get that, and he didn't, and he won't be happy. He knows he can get those 99 times out of 100. This is just the one that he doesn't, and unfortunately for him, it means they don't equalize in the game. And now Rotterdam are back in it, and a great early chance, but Matey shutting down that one. He's not going to allow them to get an early chance. They don't want to be on the back foot.
Yes, it looks like they are starting right where they left. And a great demo there from Maxi as well. Keeping these offensive rotations alive, and that is just a beautiful clear from Pats. And KTC needed that. They need some breathing room. They need to get back into the series because they looked a bit lost in the past couple minutes.
Yeah, and a great pinch coming the way of Rotterdam does mean it's taken out, and this is the kind of mistakes you cannot be making at this level. Rotterdam will punish those. Wizard can see both players are up. He is ready for the ball to be passed onto the sidewall from Pads. Pads missing completely, takes out his own teammate in the process. Matey not expecting that miss to come through. Wizard, however, they're ready to pounce on that one, and 1-0 going the way of Rotterdam early from a defensive mistake on the Kit side.
Yeah, you hate to see, but that is exactly what I meant when I said, ooh, great shot from Pats. Almost making up for that mistake. But yeah, that's what I meant when I said you don't know which version of KTC you're gonna get. And there again, one bad mistake in defense cost them dearly. And as you said, Wizard and Rotterdam as a whole are the kind of team that are gonna immediately capitalize on a mistake like that.
Yeah, Wizard really not the player to just turn around and try and make nothing of the play. He'll just keep following it up and pressure, and doing so sometimes the opposition makes a mistake. This is just what's going to happen. But as we're talking and as we say it, phenomenal passing play coming through from Kit. The entire team being used. Pad pinch off of his own corner wall to Matey. Matey with a great infield pass to Arno, and Arno dropping it over the top there of Juicy. 1-1, and Kit's response to their mistake was punishing.
Yeah, beautiful read there from Arno especially. He knew exactly how he had to hit that ball to get it past two defenders, and he's on the board again just right after this kickoff. What a great recovery from Pats. I think he got the bump in there as well, and Arno is just so fast with the follow-up. Nobody really expected that from Rotterdam, and they just make it 2-1 in quick succession here.
Yeah, completely. And I think it might have even been a Rotterdam miss on that corner wall that's just allowed that ball to go floating into the infield for them. But nevertheless, no matter how it's scored, a goal is a goal. And pressure now coming through from Kit SC. They don't want to let up. Third man rotating back into defense. That's Pads, and he's going to be turning early. He wants to cut this out. Nobody wants to allow this Rotterdam team to make any sort of plays coming through. And a missed jump from Maxio is going to leave a pinch going towards center, but too high and too far for Pads. And a miss from him. And this is where Kit is going to struggle, being one man on defense. But fortunately for them, nothing coming out. And as I say that, a great counter-attacking opportunity for Kit SC, but they can't get a pass into center, and play is gonna return back. It's gonna reset for both teams, but a good pass coming through from Juicy, and the follow-up from Wizard not as fast as the defensive follow-up from Pads, and they are not able to convert to equalize this game just yet.
Here I'm back again. Yeah, so had some connection issues here. But it sounds like I'm back and I'm fine. Yeah, finally we see some pressure from Kiddercy as well. And after rather poor performance in game 2, it looks like they kept the mental going. They found their momentum again and are able to come back. But Rotterdam, I mean, you can't count them out. And with just that 1 goal difference, this could still go either way anytime soon.
Yeah, it really could, but this looks like the opportunity's going the way of Kit, but just shut down by the Rotterdam defense. And Juicy getting off of the sidewall. Maxio looking for Juicy again. Juicy's going to look to put it high and wide for Wizard, but can't get it into center for him. And this is the counter-attack, and it is perfect right there. An absolutely phenomenal clear here from Matey all the way upfield for Arno, who is waiting, and a great little redirect, putting it into the top corner of that Rotterdam goal, and it is unbelievable. 3-1 to KSC, and in this game they are tearing apart this Rotterdam defense at the moment.
Yeah, nobody was ready on Rotterdam's side for that ball. What an amazing clear from Matty, and great follow-up by Arno. These two had such great synergy already within this series, and they're showing once again. And I mean, these are the two you're looking out for when it comes to Kiddercy. And after game 2, they came back and they are showing what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, definitely. And as we speak, every goal assisted.
Oh, wow.
And just as we're talking, a beautiful bump coming from, I think it was Matey there on the midfield to Maxio, and it is unreal. They did it in the first match when they allowed so much time to score their final goal, and here they've done it for their 4th goal. The bump play coming through, and it's pivotal. 4-1 now, and it almost looks like Rotterdam are well out of this game. They will need to reset. Their composure needs to be there for the next game, because if they turn up as they have now, they are going to be beaten out again. And a misplay on defense. As we're talking, we say that Rotterdam needs to reset, and they do. Arno, easy touch off of the backboard. Both players baited out. Juicy expecting Maxio to get the touch, going towards the corner, doesn't turn in time. Maxio with the miss, and an easy goal coming the way of Kit.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a different game than game 2. It's all Kiddercy now, and just great to see how fast they were to recover after that performance in game 2. And it feels like whichever team is able to get that momentum is gonna run away with the game. And Kiddercy are really showing off right now, and I hope they can just keep this up for game 4 as well, because that was absolutely dominant and beautiful play.
Yeah, it was absolutely unbelievable. And Kit SC, like you say, they almost looked like they were just freestyling at the end. It looked like they were having fun, and it looked like they were calm, composed, and just playing the game as it's meant to be played. It didn't look like any seriousness towards that maybe last 30 seconds. They looked like they were playing so fluid that they never looked like they were going to be scored on again by Rotterdam. Rotterdam looked like they were starting to struggle, starting to falter in every element of that pitch. Offense, defense, midfield. They were just being beaten out by a dominant Kit SC team in that game. And Rotterdam are going to be questioning how they've just come away losing 5-1 in this game to Rotterdam. Because at the start, it was all Kit SC. I never thought at all, at the start it was all Rotterdam. I never thought Kit SC was going to get back into the game. And then Kit SC just turned on full power. They just went in on them, and absolutely incredible.
I mean, and that is just how Kit SC love to play. They just want to go full aggressive on you. They want to commit for every ball. They want to get into all these challenges in midfield. And if they get in that, like in the zone, when they really get the momentum, then plays like that work out, and you can just see how they can roll over an opponent if they get to that state of mind. And if they can continue like that, they could take this whole series even.
Yeah, definitely. And KSC, they're going to look to start strong, and they do. Nice little 50 coming the way of Matey onto Wizard, but isn't able to get the pass through to Arno. Arno's going to look at keeping the pressure, gets a good pass onto Pads. Pads with the shot, but Juicy perfectly positioned there, hits him straight on the nose. Not a problem for the Rotterdam defense, and Wizard is going to look to try and get the demo and pass it center. Isn't really able to get a great pass to center, saying that the double touch coming through. Maxio high off of the back wall, and there needs to be a clear. Juicy expecting Pads to hit it and not able to convert that opportunity.
Yeah, great tactical whiff from Pat, so to speak. Wizard once again with the solo play though, and that is probably my only concern again with Rotterdam at the moment. They seem to rely more and more on these solo plays, especially from Wizard, and can't really find these passing plays anymore. And I think they need to if they want to continue with that. But Maxio, as I say that, finds the goal once again. Beautiful setup from Wizard though.
Yeah, and that was just an overall incredible team play. Credit goes to Wizard for the pass. However, Juicy with a great 50 in the KSC corner there, leaving it for Wizard to drop it just on the backboard and over to Maxio for the goal. And that's the kind of team plays we've so far been missing from this Rotterdam team, and if they continue doing that, that is how they're going to break down this Kit team. But they need to do it, and they need to do it fast. They can't be trying to go for the solo plays like Wizard just did there. Juicy open on his right-hand side, easy opportunity, but Maxio still trying to challenge, and an open net for Wizard. A doink coming the way of Kit SC. It wasn't expected. Matey going for the boost, not clearing his lines. Pads dropping it just over the top of Arno, and Wizard coming in, and he did it last game. He's done it again. He just chases down the defense, and a mistake coming through for the second time grants Wizard with another goal.
Yeah, miscommunication in defense has cost them in the past, and it cost them right here as well. And it's an issue that KSC has at times, and they got to fix these issues when they do have the time. I mean, this is the best of 7 series. You can adapt. You can sort out these mistakes you're making, but they have to do it fast. And after this dominant game 3, it's weird to see them making these mistakes at all.
Yeah, definitely. And Wizard there going for the shot, but tries it a little more fancy than he needed to. It was a practically open net for him, but doesn't go for it. He's put it high, Pads up early, going for center field. Maxio putting it high again, and this is where KSC have been dominant, is in the midfield. But saying that, a great pass coming through, and it's Caster's curse for Kit SC. A great pass coming through from Juicy to Wizard. Wizard practically open net for him, and a great redirect leads Rotterdam 3-0 up. It's crazy. It's honestly crazy.
Yeah, I mean, these games are so back and forth, and they're not even back and forth within the respective games. It's just every game is complete the opposite of the previous one. No. And how is that one even going in? And it's Wizard again with the hat trick. Pads
with the goal.
Yeah, he hits it at the very end.
Oh, Pads
doesn't have the best game there, but
yeah, Pads is not expecting to hit that, is he? At all?
Yeah, that is just unlucky. And Mathieu, of course, completely caught off guard by that. But then again, it's just some great pressure coming off of Wizard once again. And as I say that, finally, KSC is on the board as well.
Yeah, KSC, they needed to score this game. Mate, he probably should have scored that there. But Arno still following up, nevertheless. Maybe putting it onto the backboard was the better option. I don't think it was what was planned. But in Rocket League, we know things like this can happen from time to time. They'll be grateful it did. Arno, easy shot for him to score. Good demo coming through here, and another demo might lead to a goal, but opts for the shot instead, and Juicy is going to get a nice clear. Good 50 as well. Demo onto Wizard means all pressure is taken off of KSC. They get to reset, but Maxio just following up that so fast, and Rotterdam just seem like they've been such a quicker team this game than what they were in the last game.
Yeah, absolutely. And KSC really have to shut down Wizard somehow, because Wizard is just on fire at the moment. He is everywhere on the field, and he creates these goal-scoring opportunities every single time. As soon as he gets to touch the ball, either fires one onto the backboard or onto the target, and KidSC have troubles clearing these balls consistently, and that's what really hurt them in defense at the moment.
Yeah, and Maxio with a good pass out to Wizard. Wizard trying to drop it into center for Juicy, not able to. And Pads with a great 50, and the dunk comes through for him. We very rarely see dunks paying off from their own side of the pitch, but it does here. Gets a 50 onto the roof of Wizard's car. The pinch rolling straight into an open Rotterdam goal. Nobody expected it to be going in that direction. And 4-2 to Rotterdam. KidSC closing that lead. It was 4 goals to the good, now only 2, and Rotterdam need to hold up, and Juicy with the attempted touchdown, but can't get the double touch.
Yeah, beautiful adjustment there from Pads, and is that maybe the turning point for KidSC? Can they come back into this game? It would be huge if they could force an overtime here, or even win the whole thing with another whiff in defense. These really need to stop, because, again, Rotterdam, so quick to punish those defensive mistakes.
Yeah, and you almost think if KidSC weren't making this many defensive errors, would they have even lost a game in the series so far? Because as it stands, most of their losses has come from defensive errors, and as we say that, a good defensive clear come in the way of Matey. Pads looking to get it center, but Arno up for the same ball. They both had the same idea, and it's going to leave them trying to regain the footing on the back, but they can't do it. And Juicy trying to get the 50, but a great clear from Arno, and they recovered so well in that play. It looked like they were going to struggle, but fortunately they didn't. And Rotterdam are going to take this game to equalize the series score again 2-2. And it's just been back and forward here. 1-0 KidSC, 1-1, 2-1 KidSC, 2-2. It's unbelievable. I cannot honestly tell you who is going to win this, because we've just gone from seeing KidSC winning 5-1 and then Rotterdam winning 4-0 and then eventually going on to win the game 4-2. And it's so backwards and forwards that if anybody had said from the first game, oh, who do you think's going to win? It had been KidSC. And then the second game, who do you think's going to win? Oh, Rotterdam. Third game, KidSC. Fourth game, Rotterdam. And it's just, no one can really predict this. And a 7-game series wouldn't be surprising at this stage, because they're just trading.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they both teams just can't seem to find this consistency in play. They seem to just to react to what happened last game and feel that urge to now step up and now dominate the game again. But as soon as they get that one win, hey, they're sort of laying back a bit, rather reacting to the opponent, giving them all the space they need. But that it's just a mistake they're making. They should not do that. They should try to keep that momentum going, keep up the pressure, force these mistakes. As we've seen, once Rotterdam turns on, they really force a lot of mistakes in KidSC's defense, and they should try to get that going, keep on the pressure, force the mistakes. And if they can, they could potentially find another game to follow up that game 4. But I mean, at this point, anything's possible. I mean, both teams are just, I don't know. They just seem to I'm looking for the word.
Compete?
Nah, like the. I can't even find the German word. That's the problem. But
we definitely might struggle if we can't find the German word for it either.
Yeah, I'll hand it over back to you. Just I don't know.
Just to save you there.
Yeah, just save me. I'll look it up and I'll hit you with the word later on.
In 5 minutes time after this game, you'll be like, I remember the word. It was this one. But no, back to the game. 5th game, we're going to be seeing KidSC again just trying to start this really early, but Wizard with the patience, slowing down play a little bit, and Pads missing, and this is a great opportunity to pass it center, but a good defensive play from Arno shuts down the potential for Wizard to basically pass through to an open midfield player, but a good pass coming through there, and both Maxio and Wizard up, and Wizard credited for the goal there. You do not expect to see this, a double commit on the offense, but it doesn't matter. The force too strong for Matey. Arno trying to put it onto his onto his crossbar, can't manage it, and 1-0 going the way of Rotterdam under 30 seconds into this 5th game.
2 are definitely better than 1, I guess. I mean, it's been a great setup from Juicy nonetheless, but yeah, a double commit like that probably should still not happen in offense. I mean, that was definitely an overcommit, and it could have been punished, but felt like there wasn't enough boost on the side of Kid2C, and you can see it here. Pads 0 boost, good boost starving. Now on the side, you can see Maxio in the back getting the corner boost again. Nothing to work with here on the side of Kid2C, and good pressure from Rotterdam so far.
Yeah, and Kid2C actually look like they're struggling a little bit in defense here. Maxio trying to put it high, trying to get it to Juicy to get back to Wizard, but isn't able to. And Pad's putting it center, met by Matey, fortunately. And this is a 3v1, but instead, Rotterdam are able to get the defensive clear there, and Kid2C do not pressure in the way we expect them to. It doesn't lead to a goal, but a potential goal there. Double commit on defense, and I think you're right. 2 is better than 1. On offense, they double commit, and they're able to get the goal. On defense, they double commit, and they're able to get the save, and nothing coming through for Kid2C. They seem like they're on limited boost throughout most of this. A lot of the time, we're seeing 0 boost from most of the Kid2C team, except for Arno here, who's able to get the 50, but Wizard will look to take this up the wall. He's now got plenty of opportunities, but doesn't take it too high, and now he's going to leave himself in trouble. Pads committing early, going to get the pass into center, but Juicy cutting it out, not letting Arno get anything.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a result of great midfield pressure from Rotterdam, of course, but as I say that, they finally seem to be able to alleviate some of that on the side of Kid2C, but as long as they can't manage their boost a bit better, it's going to be so hard for them to transition from defense into offense, especially with these whiffs that we've seen as well from them now. They're really hurting themselves at the moment.
Yeah, whiffs coming out from both teams. They're really slowed down the momentum for both Kid2C and Rotterdam. Neither team really looked like they wanted to challenge anything. But Maxio going up early. He's baited out Arno. He's got it over Arno. Not the boost. I say not the boost to get the pass in, but falls down onto it perfectly. But unfortunately for Rotterdam, they're not able to capitalize on that. And a high pass, which is going to bounce down. Arno with a good read there over to Matey. Matey taking it slow. He's going to look to try and get the flick over. Juicy gets it to the corner and can't capitalize there. And Kid2C, they're trying to keep the pressure on. Another double commit on defense and getting it out. And honestly, Rotterdam have made, I think, more double commits in this single game than I think I've seen all series from both teams. And it's uncharacteristic and working. And as I say, it's working. Wizard looked like he had an easy opportunity for a shot, but angles his car just wrong, really, is the only way to say that, and can't get the angle. But a good drop down from Juicy to Wizard, and Arno cutting out the pass play.
Kid2C just once again getting away with it, and it looked terribly close. Triple commit now from Rotterdam, even in midfield, to get that ball out of their own half, and it costs them the Kid2C strike back immediately. Great turnaround from Arno and the T. Beautiful passing play, and we're even once again.
Yeah, and we have the phrase, many hands make light work, and the other phrase, too many cooks spoil the broth. We've told you, Rotterdam, 2 is good, 3, no. You shouldn't be doing it. The triple commit costing them the goal, and they've been doing it so often this game. They need to stop. The comms just don't seem to be there for them. And as I say that, Maxio needing to stop that play developing before it gets too high up. Matey with 0 boost, still getting the flick over, but Maxio here, and Juicy might look for the touch, but can't find the redirect. And Wizard's going to look at putting it high, gets the flick off onto the ceiling, trying to keep this play alive, but it very much looks like Rotterdam are a little bit struggling, a little bit rushed, and a little bit impatient, really, in this game now. They looked calm and composed in the last 2, but now they're just looking a little more rushed. And as I say that, Wizard, another misread, and he's not able to get it. And play is going to go the way of Kid2C unless they're able to get a play on. But Wizard with a good read this time, and Pads with a better save.
Oh, crucial bump there in midfield as well now, but Juicy able to recover immediately. It actually sets up a great scoring opportunity for Wizard. Of course, Wizard. Who else? He's just pumping out these shots all series long. And it looks like this could actually be the first overtime. Yes, it is indeed. And Rotterdam are probably wondering how they ended up here, because it looked like they should have been able to actually take this game away.
Yeah, definitely did. And considering how close these two teams have been playing, I'm surprised this is our first overtime. And our first overtime comes the way of a 2-goal game. We've seen a 5-1, a 4-2. And in this game, they're finally trading goals. And as I say that, Juicy taking it away from center. Wizard following him a little bit too close, but it works. Juicy just popping it up for Wizard there. And it looked like Wizard was positioned just wrong. But fortunately for them, it's able to come off. Rotterdam able to put it past the final defender. And that is maybe the first time we've seen this game where bad positioning has led to a good goal. I think initially the idea was going to be a bump from Wizard. He slowed down to allow Juicy the solo play. The solo play didn't come through. Wizard reacted faster than KitSC were able to, and that goal coming through in the overtime. Rotterdam go up for the first time this series.
Yeah, I mean, in the end, it was a beautiful play from Rotterdam, to be honest, and you could kind of feel bad for Arne at this point, because it was just so hard to read for him in defense. He didn't know whether he should go for the contest, because he couldn't know whether he was expecting a passing play, or whether he had to avoid the bump or demo play, or whether he had to expect the solo play from Juicy. So it's so hard to read for him, and basically nothing he could done there to prevent that one. So great execution in the end from Rotterdam, and that is the first time that actually we've seen a team win 2 games in a row in this series.
Yeah, it is, and back-to-back wins is going to give Rotterdam all the momentum they really need. We need to give a nod to how well Wizard played that game. He did miss a few, what we would say relatively easy shots for him, obviously difficult for the rest of humankind and the rest of the standard Rocket League players out there. But honestly, Wizard just played unbelievably fast, unbelievably quick, and unbelievably calculated. It's the first time we've really seen him coming out and just dominating the entire field. Not just his team, he just dominated the field. And you almost feel like it was the Wizard show that last game. And hopefully we get to see Rotterdam taking that momentum still and just see what they can bring to the next game.
Yeah, I mean, he not only did he have the most shots, he also had the most saves on his team, or I think on the entire field as well. So he's been absolutely stellar, both offensively and defensively in that last game. And I said it earlier, KitSC sort of has to try to shut him down somehow. I mean, maybe they should be going for more aggressive physical plays. We haven't really seen that from them, but it is something they are actually doing quite well, or did quite well in Uniliga. And I think that's definitely something they should try here now that with their backs against the wall, because so far, especially with the performance of Wizard, it doesn't look like they could fight back into that series just through sheer skill. They really need that additional bit of aggression, and it could come through more physical plays.
Yeah, definitely. And I really think, considering how many double and triple commits we saw from Rotterdam, I think it needs to be said, even if Rotterdam go through this, if they continue to play like that against a team like Berlin, they're going to struggle. Because Berlin are not going to give them an inch. KitSC are allowing them too much time when these double commits and triple commits are made that they're able to recover quite quickly. Berlin aren't going to do that. So regardless of if they get through, they have to stop those plays happening and really have to have a better communication with each other, because at the moment it looks like the communications just aren't entirely there. They just look like they're playing high-level Rocket League with very little comms, but they need to start doing so. And a good shot coming through from Juicy, trying to open up the scoring there for Rotterdam, but nothing to fruition for that.
Yeah, and it just hurts me to see that KitSC find themselves in defense that often, and it's once again, of course, it's Wizard, and they just don't seem to have the control over their own backboard at the moment. Another great pass, and it's 2 players in the backboard, but nobody really can get to the ball, and Wizard is just a lot faster to it. He's been so fast on the entire field throughout the series, and he doesn't stop right now, and he really wants his team to go to the semifinals.
Yeah, definitely. And we've got to just take note of the fact that all 3 Kit SC defenders in goal there, and not one of them able to stop that shot coming through. We've seen it so much in just standard Rocket League, just ranked play, how dangerous those backboard passes can be. But this little team pass coming through might lead to a goal, and it does. And we have to appreciate how well this was all played. Matey to Arno. Arno dropped down to Pads. Pads off of the backboard, and Matey with the shot. And we literally were just talking about how dangerous backboard passes can be. And as we say it, coming through with the goal, Kit SC showing us that even the best teams struggle defending that backboard. And another backboard pass, but fortunately for Rotterdam, nobody on the follow-up, and a little flick. Wizard taking it solo, backboard pass again, but Matey is there for the easy clear this time.
Yeah, it just looks like whichever team is going to be able to force these mistakes, or is going to be able to get these backboard abuses, so to speak, is going to get away with that series. But beautiful save there from Nati in defense, and they really needed a defensive step up like that.
Yeah, definitely. A beautiful save, but we've got to acknowledge, unfortunately to Maxio, the poor shot that was. It was a relatively open goal to aim for. The only position he shouldn't have put it was the position he put it. And unfortunately for him, it's meant still a 1 goal apiece. But Matey trying the backboard pass again, and it might work out, but getting the second touch just takes it away from Arno. Wizard there anyway. Probably an easy clear for him. Wizard's going to look at putting it center, but to nobody. No one's there for this Rotterdam team, and Matey's trying to get the shot on, but Wizard, easy clear. Maxio up early. He'll probably look to try and put this backboard at some point. Doesn't. Looks for a flip reset instead. Not sure if it was needed from there, but a good little block from Juicy and Arno. Good backboard read, and the backboard pass again might lead to the goal, but Matey reading it well.
And another triple commit there in defense from Kid SC this time. That could have spelled disaster, but Matey with the great read off of the backboard. He wasn't in the best position, but still able to make that crucial touch and allows them to keep this game even.
Yeah, and Maxio again looking to put it off of that backboard, and it's all that seems to be happening at this point in time. No one seems to be going for many infield passes. We haven't really seen it. Kit SC tried it once, and it ended up going towards the backboard again, and it just seems to be, for both teams, that they have a 4th man.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's also great to see that both teams adapted to this sort of play style, because we see a lot more players up on the backboard now on either side, and they are doing a better job at defending these. So I'm looking to these teams trying to adapt again and maybe get out more of these infield passes now.
Yeah, and Maxio looking to try and take it into his own corner, trying to just develop the play. But Juicy with a good shot in, but Arno, easy save for him, straight at him. And play going towards Kit SC's favor. Pads trying to keep the play alive. Bumps galore from him, but a good pass in from Wizard just cuts down the play. And Juicy trying to challenge Matey early, does so. Pads is going to look to try and take this into center at some point, doesn't. Instead opts to try and take it to corner where Maxio is, and a good demo coming through. And it's an easy goal for Arno. He lands just in front of the ball. I don't know if he even had the boost there. He did, and he just lands perfectly, gets a little pop just over where Juicy's able to save, and Kit SC taking the lead with under a minute remaining.
What a great series of actions there from Kid SC, and they immediately score off of the kickoff. Are you kidding me? Rotterdam, that should not happen. That is just basically giving away a free goal, and this could just very well be it with Game 6, and we could potentially see our Game 7.
Yeah, with the way the game was going, the momentum looked to be in Rotterdam's favor for the most part of this game. And Kit SC, with 2 quick succession goals, have just closed this game out. Neither team really looked like they were going to score anymore. So now that Kit SC have, I don't think we'll be seeing any more coming the way of Rotterdam. They will need something spectacular to score 2 against this absolutely lethal defense that is Kit SC. But good flicks coming through from Wizard, but the solo play is just not going to break down a team of this caliber.
No, not at all. Especially with how they have improved in defense now throughout the course of this game 6 it is. I'm sorry. I've been losing track all the time today. But
it's easy to do when the games are sweep, and then trading matches.
Absolutely. Oh, a wild script it has been so far. But Kit SC, yes, they are able to force this game 7 with their backs against the wall. It didn't look like it after game 4 and 5, but they were able to pull it out, and I'm just happy to see them improving. And even at the beginning of this game 6, it looked like they still had these miscommunication issues, but then they just got it together and were able to get away with it. And I'm glad to see they put up a great fight, and still you can't count out Rotterdam now, because we've seen how they've been trading games with Kit SC throughout the whole series. So, I mean, this is anyone's game in game 7.
Yeah, definitely. And game 7, I mean, I think if any match was going to be going to game 7, we all knew it was going to be this one anyway. These are the two teams that if anybody's going to be challenging Berlin, it's likely to be these guys. And they're really showing their prowess. But as it stands, both teams making a lot of mistakes, but in different areas. Kit SC, a few too many mistakes on the defense. Rotterdam, a few too many double commits and triple commits. And it's just not what we expect to see. If both teams do this against Berlin, they'll both struggle. So they need to get that out of their systems now, because even against Ahoy and UWE, if they do that against those guys, they're going to struggle as well. We've got to remember, they're not straight through to play Berlin after this, and nor are Berlin straight through. Berlin still need to win their next match, and these guys will still need to win theirs afterwards. We're assuming that the final might be those, but as it stands, if they continue to play like this, even the teams that they're going to be facing next are going to break them down, and an early pass coming through, and this time the infield pass, and we spoke about it last game that we hadn't been seeing it much, and that they'd just been using other methods of passing. But this time the infield pass immediately just breaks down all defensive capabilities there from Rotterdam, and Kit SC go 1-0 up. 10 seconds gone in the match, and that is huge for them. Rotterdam will always be trying to chase now, and they are going to need to do it fast. They cannot allow the amount of time they're allowing Kit SC to take, but a good demo makes a pretty much open goal, but Juicy with a fantastic save there, and play going back towards the Kit SC side. A good little clear from Pads, but unfortunately they drop it straight into the path of Juicy, and a good clear coming again from Pads, making sure that play is not allowed to develop for Rotterdam.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of backboard play, we have seen a lot of solo plays, and Kit SC are the one that first adapt to it. Beautiful pass once again. Arno just can't put it on target. That probably could have been the second goal, or should have been the second goal. But Kit SC really coming out strong into this game 7, and it's just what they needed. They still have the momentum from game 6, it seems.
Yeah, definitely. And as we say that, a dangerous ball going into the center for Rotterdam, but nobody able to follow up that one. Arno with a good clear off of the backboard to Matey. Matey just dropping it to the side, but Maxio's there to meet it, and Pads just clearing that out again. And this is where they're going to struggle. We saw Kit SC a little bit dangerous on those defensive, making a lot of mistakes. And as I say that, Maxio with a bad clear heading it straight to Arno, and now pressure is going to be put onto this Rotterdam defense, and it is, and this is going to be worrying for them. Limited boost for both sides here, but pressure completely on Rotterdam, and they managed to get a good clear, forcing Pads to try and get something away from this, and he pops it straight over Juicy, and Maxio there to meet it in the corner, but a miss from him, and this is dangerous. Matey, good 50, might have just been able to allow Pads to take that, but doesn't, and trying a head dribble, and nothing coming to fruition for them.
Yeah, two demos there in quick succession, definitely slowing down the offense there on the side of Rotterdam. Good for Kit SC, because they seemed a bit out of position there, a bit of caught off guard, but what a great drop down there from Arno. Matey trying to get it into the corner.
And a great redirect! unbelievable. Matey absolutely putting it onto the backboard. Great 50 from him. Arno back in, and Matey so fast. Unbelievable speed there from Matey. It didn't look like anything was going to come from that play, and Matey just made it happen. He managed to find the only gap on the entire field. He could beat anybody, and he just managed to do it and put it in, and that was unbelievable. Kit SC looking so dominant in this final game, and it looks like if this continues, Rotterdam are going to be out.
Yeah, and nobody expected this, to be honest, after game 5, where Rotterdam just netted their second win in a row, and they looked so clean, to be honest, outside of these couple double commits and triple commits, of course. But it looked like they had it under control, but Kit SC showing you can never count them out, and they look really strong now. They finally are able to sort out these defensive mistakes and put up a lot of pressure onto Rotterdam's side. And with only 1 minute and 40 seconds to play and 2 goals up, they could try to just close this out now.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, Rotterdam just don't look comfortable. There's a lot of double commits coming out, a lot of misplays coming out, and they're just being pressured so much on that defense that they just cannot seem to clear the ball for very long. The minute they get it out, it gets put straight back in, and Maxio with a good pass, and now it's Kit SC left trying to clear. They're not going to. They are! What? A great little jump there from, I think it was Matey. Stops that ball going into a dangerous area, and the counter-attack coming through for Pads, and it is unbelievable. It looked like Rotterdam had it in their grasp, and Pads there beating out Maxio, putting it straight into an open net, and the counter-attack tears apart that Rotterdam defense, and it's a 3-goal game to Kit SC, and it looks all but done. It looks like Kit will be going through to the semi-finals if Rotterdam cannot find a response.
I mean, that is just unbelievable. And that must have been an absolute tilter for Rotterdam. The ball has been hovering around in front of the goal of Kit SC for like 10 to 15 seconds straight, and it just didn't go in. They just couldn't put it across that line, and being scored on like that, and now with another one from Arno and Pats, it's that is just so sad to see for Rotterdam.
Yeah, 4th goal, and that has but all sealed the fate for Rotterdam now. Kit SC will be going through. 4 goals in 35 seconds just isn't feasible, especially when they're being dominated so much by this Kit SC team, and Kit SC will be the victors. They're looking for a 5th. They might find it. Matey just trying to beat out Wizard, can't do it. Arno putting it onto the backboard, but that is all done for these guys, and it came off of the back of some phenomenal plays from Matey. He has been absolutely pivotal to this game. He might not be top of the leaderboard, but he's top in our hearts of this game, and it has been unreal from him. The challenges he's made have been so pivotal, and everything he's done has just worked. And the final game comes to a close. The 7-game series won out by back-to-back game wins by Kit SC. They were 3-2 down, coming back 4-3. An unbelievable play there from all of the team. But it needs to be said, credit to Rotterdam. They still played out of their minds. They still played great. But at the end of the day, Kit SC, just such a formidable opponent. They just could not be stopped.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm sorry I doubted them. They have once again proved me wrong. I told you, whenever I doubt them, they show up. And whenever I expect them to show up, they don't. I hate to see it. It's the caster's curse. I probably should bet against them every single time now. But I'm just happy to see them finally performing that well again. I mean, it took them 7 games, basically, to get that chemistry going. But especially their improvement in defense in that last game has been absolutely crucial. You said it, Matey has been so crucial in these saves, in these challenges. Yeah. He finally had that backboard under control. Also, Pat's really stepping up in that last one as well, who had some questionable challenges and touches earlier in the series. But
yeah, definitely.
I mean, that just shows that they were able to keep the good mental, to not tilt, which is super important in a game like Rocket League. And they were able to get that momentum back from Rotterdam after this game 5 and able to turn it around. And I honestly did not believe it, but they did it. And with that, they are in the semifinals, and 2 out of the 3 German squads are in semifinals already.
Yeah,
and
it could potentially be an all-German final at this point. I mean, I think if anybody were to predict who would be going through now to the finals, I think it would be the 2 German teams, unless we see something unbelievably spectacular coming out from UWE and Hamburg here. I don't think either of these teams are going to be beaten.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. The next game, it's going to be UWE versus Hamburg, and both of these teams are sort of, I don't know. It's hard to pin them down. What to expect from them now in this round of 8, basically in these quarterfinals. I mean, we've seen that we know 3 teams already that are in top 4. We are looking to find the last one in this upcoming match, but I guess nobody really expects them to take the whole thing.
Yep,
but
definitely
they could definitely surprise a couple of us, and I never would count out UWE, because now that they are the last hope for the UK, they do have a lot of pressure on them, but they are the last hope. That they can perform under pressure, but will it be enough to beat Hamburg? I don't know. We will see, I guess, after another 5-minute break. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's been amazing. Glad that we had the first Game 7 series, and I hope to see another one. So we still got some time left at our hands.
Definitely. So stay with us. As we say, we'll be back after this short 5-minute interval.
Take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand and take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the wild.
And we're back. Welcome to EURC 2020 quarterfinals. I'm Crafty, and I'm still joined by Killsync. Thankfully, I don't have to do this alone, all by myself. Neither do
I'd
you.
never leave you to do that.
Whew, thank you. And yeah, we already had 3 amazing series in this quarterfinal, but there's one more series left to play out, and it's UWE Stacks versus Ahoy Hamburg Backbord Flugautos. Yeah, nobody says that.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave that one to you.
Yeah, let's just say Hamburg. But this is probably the weirdest and also one of the most interesting series of the night. And before we get into further analysis, I'll tell you to vote. I want you to vote on who's going to win this series. So hit that poll up in the chat and let us know who you think is going to win this series, because I honestly don't know. What do you say?
Now, honestly, this game is going to be... It's going to be incredible. I think it's going to be a long series again, like we just saw the last game, but I don't know if the quality is going to be quite the same as what we just saw. Obviously, 2 great teams that we thought were going to really challenge Berlin, potentially if they get through to the finals, but these 2 are going to be the underdogs to defeat Kit SC in the next round. So regardless of who goes through, they're always going to be the underdogs in this next match unless they can pull off something spectacular here today. If they show us why they deserve to be in the semi-finals, then maybe people will start trusting them and trust them to be able to beat the upper teams. But we saw mistakes coming through from Kit. We saw mistakes coming through from Erasmus. We've seen mistakes coming through all day. The only team that seems to not be making many mistakes, as we've said it a million times, is Berlin. And honestly, it looks like that's going to continue to be the case. So if these guys can show us some consistency, we might just be able to trust them to take the mantle from Berlin. But at this stage, it really feels like Berlin versus all of the 3 other teams that are left in this tournament at the moment. So hopefully we'll be able to see some good plays. But do you have any idea on who you think might be winning this one, Crafty?
Yeah, I mean, this is a special one. I mean, I'm a big fan of the Hamburg squad, and to be fair, they have been absolutely overperforming in this tournament, and nobody expected them to be in the top 8. Not even themselves. I mean, I was talking to them, and they even said they don't know how they ended up here. They have the tournament buff or something. Yeah. I don't know what happened, but they had a sort of easy route to get here. They didn't have the most difficult opponents to make it to top 8, so maybe they were a bit lucky on that. But still, they put up great matches, especially in the last week, in the lower bracket in the round of 16, where they played out of their minds. They looked absolutely dominant, and I haven't seen such play from them in the entirety of Uniliga. So I don't know what to expect from them now. On the other hand, UWE has been my dark horse of this top 8 probably, because you can never count out Sabadem. This guy is
you really can't.
Absolutely insane. If he pops off, he can single-handedly 1v5 this game. So we could have anything in this series, and that's what I love about it. It could be a 4-0 sweep by UWE, maybe. It could be a Game 7 series, but it's so hard to really classify this and to sort of predict a winner. I would say, since UWE is the last hope of UK, they're going to show up. They're going to do anything to at least not make this an all-German final. And that's why I think UWE, unfortunately, because of course I love my Hamburgs, but I do have to say, I think UWE is gonna take this away.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there is the mild bias coming through from me. I obviously want to see at least one UK team go through to the semi-finals. We obviously had two in the quarters, and one suffering quite badly from various different issues is all I can really say about that. But not to detract from from their opposition absolutely dominating them. A sweep is a sweep regardless of what issues you're facing. But the poll results coming in, Hamburg, the massive favorite, really. 64% of you thinking that Hamburg are going to be taking this. So UWE coming in, they're the underdogs for, I think, the rest of this Final 8. They're the underdogs now for this game as well. So if they can take it, I can only imagine what the poll results would be for a Kit SC UWE game. It would probably be 95% for Kit SC and 5% for UWE. But both teams, yeah, like you said before, both teams not really expecting to get to this stage, I don't think. But I think that's almost why they're at this stage, because the teams that have expected to be here, they've put too much pressure on themselves. They've almost tried too hard at some times, and they're making uncharacteristic mistakes because the pressure's just got to them. Whereas UWE and Hamburg, the pressure isn't really there for either team. They weren't expecting to be here. So at this point, they're just playing for fun. And if they get through, they get through. That's a bonus for them. But you've made the comment about Sebadam. Sebadam is unbelievable. Sebadam is just great. He's a good player. He can hold up an entire team, but likewise, he can involve his entire team. He will be the make or break on whether Hamburg go through or UWE go through. If he can involve the entirety of this UWE team, then I have absolutely no doubt in my mind that UWE could absolutely dominate Hamburg. But if Sebadam tries too hard to make the play himself and play as an individual player, we could see Hamburg just capitalizing on any individual small mistakes Sebadam might make, of which he doesn't make many. But if he overcommits, if he goes too far, they're going to look to punish him. They're going to look to take him out of the play. We could even see Hamburg having some sort of agreement within their team to just demo Sebadam, because honestly, it seems like it would be the right play.
I mean, it depends whether they were really preparing for this match. If they just watched the entirety of EURC and watched the matches of UWE, I'm sure they will come to the conclusion, oh, we should probably target this guy. And so if they can manage to do that, I'm excited to see how UWE is going to be able to adapt to that. But I do think we finally have the lobby going, and we finally do have all 6 players in it as well. So I do believe we can give this a go. The last match of the quarterfinals between UWE, UK, and Hamburg, Germany. It's been a big rivalry between these two university leagues in the past 2 years, maybe. So I'm just going to be excited to see how this one turns out.
Massively, and you've almost got one caster favoring one team and the other caster favoring his team, and it's going to be nice. There won't be much bias on our sides, just because we both want a good final match. We had a great one from Kit and Erasmus. It would be great to see a good one coming out again. MJ starting early with a great backboard pass, and Zaitan not able to follow that up. TK trying to put some pressure on, and Jordan's clearing it higher and wide, but Zaitan will get an easy clear. The problem is it's straight down to Sebadam. It's not the player you want to be passing it to, and he's involving his team early, and we said it right from the start of the game. If UWE are going to take any sort of stand here, Sebadam needs to be the player to involve his team, and the first play he does is a great pass into Cognito. Cognito with the bounce shot over the top of the defense from Hamburg, and it is a great 1-0 start to UWE.
Absolutely, and once again, it's that crucial backboard play. No one on the side of Hamburg covering that one, and it just allows Sebadam to utilize that perfectly. And once again, Jordan and Incognito looking for that backboard passing play. This time, it's going to be cleared away, but Hamburg really need to watch out for those.
Yeah, they really do. And UWE at the moment are looking dominant right now. The one bit of play that Hamburg have had on offense didn't look like it was going to really pressure them too much. Going up early, MJ gets a good pass, but Sebadam waiting on that backboard, and this is a problem. Zaitan dropping it straight to Sebadam. It's not the player you want to leave this ball to, and it's a great pass in from him, hits MJ, and Jordan not able to get the goal from it, and Sebadam is back early, ready to defend in case of a Hamburg attack, but chases that one. He's going to look at the infield pass coming through and nothing coming through for him. Good pass, but no follow-up there. Great little bit of defense from this Hamburg team.
Little double commit there as well, though, in midfield there from Hamburg. Looks like they're a bit chaotic at the moment. Not really finding these passes yet. Basically just mindlessly clearing the ball away and also boost starved for the better part of it. So they need to really watch out and try to relax a bit. Don't try the too complicated play, and just try to get back into this game at the moment.
Yeah, and Sebadam, he's causing a lot of issues on this defense at the moment for this Hamburg team. He's just there everywhere, even on defense earlier. He's just in the right places. He knows where to be. He knows when to challenge, and he knows what to do with the ball when he's challenging. Again, flicking it over the top. He's the final man there. Puts it high, gets it off of the top ceiling, and it's a great pass to Incognito. And it's almost similar to the first goal, except instead of the backboard, he's using the ceiling this time. And Sebadam is just able to use everything. He's gone for the ceiling, for the backboard this time, and nothing coming through. Zaitan trying to get a counter-attacking play. MJ is going to look at taking this slow, but TK tripping him up there, and it's his own team challenging him, causing the problem, and they need to fix that as soon as possible because they will not beat this UWE teams with double commits like that. And a bad miss from Zaitan. He's leaving his team short on defense now. Sebadam coming in. He's going to look for the pass off of the ceiling again. And over the top. Incognito can't get it. Jordan will look for the shot. And it's gone behind Zaitan. And no one on the Hamburg team is able to stop the plays coming through from UWE here. It was a simple shot. It was a slow shot. But unfortunately, MJ trying to rush into goal. Should have been at that back post. Would have been an easy save. But 2-0 to UWE, and honestly, Hamburg do not look like they've got a response at this point.
No, not really, and make it 3. It's another pass from Sebadam. You said it earlier. He needs to enable his team, and what a great recovery and touch from him in the corner there. And Jordan just has to put that one into an empty goal. It's basically just been that. Sebadam enabling both Jordan and Incognito so far. And yeah, as you said, Hamburg's defense hasn't really looked too strong at the moment. A lot of whiffs, a lot of mispositions and miscommunications, and they gotta fix these for the next games because it looks like they're not really going to get back into this one.
Yeah, Sebadam up early again. He's going to look to try and get the pinch with the floor. Doesn't do it. I think he might have been also going for a flip reset. He's left his team alone on defense. He knows he can. He knows how capable Jordan and Incognito are. Jordan going up high, but Sebadam leaving Incognito to challenge this one. Taking it off into his own corner. A good little clear. Zaitan's going to need to get it back to MJ. Not able to. TK with an early jump, trying to take off that pressure that this UWE team is putting on them. And Zaitan with a bad miss. He's taking himself out of the opportunity for the play here. Sebadam putting it high. He's going to leave it for his teammate, but Zaitan with the recovery, managing to clear that from the backboard.
Great bump there from Incognito. Almost making way there for a 4th goal for UWE. Their pressure is just too much to handle right now for Hamburg. They can't really create any offensive plays themselves. And as I say that, I thought MJ was just going towards an open net, but great clear once again. And I don't even know whether they got a single shot on target this entire game. It says 1 shot so far in 5 minutes of Rocket League, and that is definitely not going to win you a quarterfinal in EURC.
No, it's definitely not. And honestly, even though he's not top, Sebadam was just pivotal to that victory. The plays he was making, his patience on the ball, he is just not challenging anything that he doesn't need to. He's letting Hamburg overcommit. He's passing it around them perfectly, and he is playing the entirety of the field as if he owns it. This isn't This isn't Mansfield Park, it's not Beckworth Park, it's not any of that. It's Sebadam Field right now. This is Sebadam Stadium. And honestly, he is making it look exactly like that. The assists coming through from him, unbelievable. They weren't simple passes. He played it into the corner, the read to continue following that through, land on the corner and still get the pass center. But a nod to Jordan and Incognito, because both of them know what Sebadam are capable of. And instead of having those teammates that say, no, this is too risky, I'm going to back off, they follow him into battle regardless. They don't always look like they're going to be in that fighting zone. They never always look like they're going to be there to score. But knowing that they've got Sebadam up front helping them, they're confident to go in with him. And honestly, UWE just tore Hamburg apart.
Absolutely. Basically, they can do that because Hamburg has given them way too much space and have been way too inconsistent with their touches when they touch the ball at all. That's the thing. I mean, there have been so many whiffs in midfield, bad reads, both in defense and midfield. So they really need to fix those and improve their play overall if they want to compete with this current UWE roster.
Sebadam with the wave dashes on the wall. We've only seen it on a few maybe YouTube videos, but holy damn, the speed he got there. That was quite nice to see a little bit of mechanical play coming out from him just to show what he's capable of. But that was unreal.
Yeah, it was. I couldn't even believe my eyes there. Sebadam really putting up a show now. And already creating a lot of chaos in the defense of Hamburg once again with almost a minute played in this second game. And I don't think the ball has left Hamburg's half once so far.
No, and Hamburg do not look like they're rushing to clear this ball out. Sebadam with a bit of a whiff. We don't often see that from him. But clearing out a player. We know Hamburg are capable of pulling this back. They pull off moments of absolute sheer brilliance in games, especially MJ. We've seen him do it before. But in this game at the moment, they just don't know how to deal with UWE.
Look at that. Sebadam winning a 50-50 after 50-50, going for these challenges. Hamburg just don't know how to deal with it at the moment, but finally are able to clear that ball away once. And it looked like TK had a good opportunity to try to go for a shot there, but he just hits the backboard, doesn't really do anything with it. It's still 0 shots for Hamburg in this second game as well.
Yeah, again, Hamburg don't really look like they're pressuring too much. Incognito, good shot coming through there, but Sebadam chasing it early, trying to take the pressure back onto the side of Hamburg. And this will be a good play and a great pass from Jordan to Incognito. Incognito not quite fast enough, and Sebadam baiting out the challenge from Zaitan. Back up again. The recovery from this man is unreal. The speed he plays at is that much faster than everybody else. But Incognito getting the clear from the sidewall, needed to do it. It was looking dangerous, and Sebadam will take his time clearing this one out. Potential demo trying to come through for Zaitan, backing off, allowing MJ to take that play. He knows he's capable of doing it. No boost left from him, though, and he's going to try and cause a problem. He does, and now it will be a counter-attack, but MJ up early, clearing that one away. Good opportunity for both teams, and both teams' defense is holding up well.
Yeah, I have to say, Hamburg have improved definitely compared to the first game. They look a lot better now, are a lot more precise with their touches. And even though it still looks a bit chaotic when it comes to defense, they are trying to create something for themselves. So far, it just looks like UWE are too fast for them and are always able to react to what they're proposing. But I do hope for Hamburg that they will finally find that chemistry and get that momentum to be able to create some offensive plays themselves.
Yeah, definitely. We obviously want to see still a good match, but at the moment it's the UWE. It's just a UWE match, and although they haven't scored yet, they definitely look like they'll be the first team to do so, and Jordan has the opportunity, but passes it straight in, and the touch coming through. He didn't even mean to read it. It was the follow through from his initial shot. And no, he did. I tell a lie. He boosted into it. He went for the block there. I've got to give him credit then. That was a phenomenal goal. It just looked like from this perspective that he just flipped in and managed to get the 50 onto it, but instead dunks both teams. And honestly, great underrated goal right there. The boost management from Jordan, unreal. And they take the first goal in this second game, and honestly it looks like it could be a second, but fortunately for Hamburg, Zaitan getting back in time to make the block.
Yeah, beautiful goal by Jordan, but once again Sebedem so fast in midfield, getting all these wave dashes in all the time. He's so quick to the ball. Hamburg basically just have to watch him create these opportunities, finally trying to even go for that physical play, but he evades it easily. And I don't know what you're going to do as Hamburg against this man, because he just seems to control the field entirely.
Yeah, he plays as if he is on constant 100 boost. I mean, he just picked up the boost pad there, so he is. But he plays as if he is as well. That's maybe the first mistake we see from him. Just beating out Incognito there. Could have left the ball to him. But Sebedem, again, recognizing Jordan doesn't have much boost, opts to go back for goal, and he'll be in a perfect position to save this. A good read from him, up so early, but he's passed it straight into Zaitan. He'll look for go up for this, and he beats out one, and MJ on his own. Can't afford to drop this to Incognito, but he does, and it's going to be risky here. But fortunately for them, Jordan not able to come in quickly enough, and we could be seeing the first goal, and Sebedem can't catch up to it. And Zaitan coming through with the counter-attack, managing to beat out the entirety of UWE there. Sebedem going for that side boost. We don't often see him going for boost over ball, but this is why it's so lethal doing so. He's just taken himself out of the play, and now it's an equal footing game, and it's not what we expected.
No, not at all. It's only been the third shot for Hamburg in this entire series, and Sebedem looked like he probably didn't expect Zaitan to be able to get such a powerful shot on target, and Zaitan's up already after this kickoff, followed up by MJ and TK, and they're finally starting to play, and this is Hamburg's game.
And that is exactly what we said about Hamburg having some moments of sheer brilliance. The dominance they just put on towards UWE there was unbelievable. The entire first maybe 4 minutes 30 of that match, they were just not in it. They didn't look strong. They didn't act strong. They just looked like a weak team. And then in that final 30 seconds plus overtime, I just don't even know what happened there. They just absolutely tore UWE's Sea Stags apart. They acted as if Sebedem wasn't even on the pitch at that point in time. They just played around every single member, the passes coming through, the plays coming through, the shots coming through, and everything was just working for them in those final moments. And honestly, this is what we want to see from Hamburg. As much as I'm mildly biased towards UWE, obviously, being the UK caster, I've still got to give credit to the fact that I've casted Hamburg before. I've seen them play. MJ was so spectacular to watch and so fun to watch. And it's good to see them getting back in the swing of things, because this will now make for an interesting game.
Yeah, I mean, I would even go so far as to say Hamburg was absolutely invisible for basically 9 minutes and 54 seconds, because that's when they scored a goal in this entire series. So this is, I mean, I don't even know what to say. This is absolutely incredible, and UWE got caught off guard. That's basically it. They did not expect anything to come their way at all, because there was nothing. Yeah. Nothing happened the entirety of the first 2 games, basically. And then they just scored 2 goals in quick succession, one being the overtime goal, and equalized the series out of nowhere. And I'm really excited to see what this is going to do for the
early mistake on the kickoff there, and don't expect to see this at all. Sebedem with the miss flip, TK putting it right over him. He goes for the fast flick. I think he hits the ground, and TK with an open net for his kickoff, and it is 1 goal with 2 seconds into the match. Sebedem won't be happy with that one, but we've seen him trying his little mechanical feats, and this time it doesn't pay off, but a good 50 leading the ball into center. Not a great clear from Zaitan there, but Jordan equally as poor a pass. So MJ will look to take this out. Incognito rushing that a little bit. Sebadam's there again. Good bump onto TK. Zaitan left facing off against Sebadam. Sebadam gets it perfectly, and Jordan with the follow. And this is the response you expect from UWE. Sebadam up so early to challenge Zaitan there, and Jordan again with the read. It's the second goal he scored from a beautiful read, and Jordan is playing unreal at this point in time.
Absolutely. What a beautiful play from both Sebadam and Jordan going for these dunks, and Sebadam finds another one. There's just no time for Hamburg to recover. It's not the greatest touch from MJ. He tries his best, but Sebadam reads that one beautifully, puts it under the defender. And 2 goals in quick succession this time for UWE, and they are angry. They're not content with what happened last game.
Yeah, they're really not. And those 50s coming through, the dunks coming through from all of the UWE team is just absolutely rinsing this team here. And almost another 50 as we say it, almost leading to the third goal from what was a great Sebadam pass. And Sebadam with the shot. Incognito up early, but he's challenging his own teammate there. And MJ clearing from the top corner of his goal pass center, going the way for Zaitan, but Incognito easy clear to the side. Jordan challenging early, good block by TK, but Sebadam with all the time in the world to just launch it high and wide, allowing his team to reset and giving some time and pressure relief for them.
Yeah, and much needed of that. Oh, great pass there onto MJ, almost able to doink that one in. Yeah, much needed time to breathe there for Hamburg. Reset, get those boosts, and just try to clear your mind, because they have been under pressure for the entirety of this third game so far. And when they don't have a lot of boost, when they give the space over to Sebadam and the rest of his squad, chaos ensues in Hamburg defense, but they're finally able to get that offense going as well.
Yeah, they are able to get the offense going. Sebadam looking to try and cut out the play. He's recognizing that Hamburg are now going a little more aggressive, a little more attacking, so he just wants to keep that ball in their half, as does Jordan. A good pass off on the sidewall. Sebadam's going to follow, get it high, and he's looking for Incognito to follow, and he does. Jordan's going to re-follow, could put it onto the backboard, but a double commit from him and Sebadam means nobody following up that pass just there from Jordan, and they're not able to get the third goal. But this is pressure that Hamburg do not need right now. TK trying to clear it, but Jordan there again, and the miss is going to lead to an open goal, but he's missed, and it's come off the side, and it's been put in by UWE. And honestly, that play, I have no idea. Absolutely no idea how UWE did not have a man in defense, but Sebadam just putting it in wouldn't have made a difference. Couldn't have got the clear on that one. But honestly, 2-2, and that play from both teams really was just a little bit sloppy.
I couldn't really see it, but I heard that there was a demo, I believe, and I do think that's the reason why the rotation got interrupted. But then again, still, you should never be that exposed in defense. And it's just been an overcommit there on the side of UWE, to be honest. And once again, they basically beat themselves because they had the game under control. Hamburg was doing a lot of mistakes in defense. They couldn't get any good clears in for the better part. But now we find the double tap from MJ, and you said it, Hamburg. They just have their moments of, I don't know, absolute joy. Look at
honestly, this is what I was just saying. I'd seen Hamburg play before. I was excited to see MJ playing at the level we know he's capable of playing, and he's just showed us there that the minute Sebadam is left on 0 boost, defense really does quite fall apart for this UWEC Stags, and we could see it again, but in with the clear and needs to get another, and Sebadam there again and again, but this time he's out of the play, and UWE are struggling, but Sebadam trying to come and save the day with the miss, baited up by MJ. MJ with the flick into the top corner, and Jordan with the better save, and that was an incredible 20 seconds there from this Hamburg team. Unbelievable, but great decision on the defense from UWE. Unreal.
I don't even know what to say anymore. This game is just absolutely delivering at the moment. And we couldn't ask for a better match or for a better series at the end of today's quarterfinals day. Both these series have been absolutely phenomenal so far, and this could very well be another Game 7 series because these teams are just battling back and forth, and I don't even know what to say. I'm just so happy to see that Hamburg is finally arrived in this series because they are making a great showing right now.
They're really having a misplay coming through from the defense of Hamburg, almost leaving the goal empty, and they have the double touch is going to come the way for Incognito. You could see it happening. It was so easy for him. He set it up perfectly, baited out the first defender, TK, going up high, Zaitan and MJ nowhere near in the right position to save that, and 3 apiece in this game. And honestly, these two teams are looking on par with Kit and Erasmus that we just saw in the last game. They're both looking incredible, matching each other and just unreal. Coming over the top, almost the dunk, but a great save coming through stops the momentum from UWE, and a good clear is going to lead to a potential counter attack, and he can't get it under the crossbar. And this is where the problems come in. An open goal, but Jordan's gone and Sebadam's missed, and Jordan needs to get it back into center. He went away, the goal was open, the chance to go for that, and he's missed. That is ridiculous decision making there from UWE. It was open, no one in defense. That should have been a goal.
Are you kidding me? What is UWE doing that? It should have been their game. I mean, this game is absolutely insane. But Sebadam is already looking for that overtime goal. But I mean, if they don't win this game, this could very well tilt them off of the face of the earth, to be honest, because they should have won that. 100%.
Yeah, really will. MJ up early for that one. Maybe not the best decision. He does get the clear, but he leaves himself limited boost. But instead, he is just trying to trip up Sebadam, and a good pass coming center, but Zaitan not able to make the challenge on it. And Jordan coming in over the top. He's going for the dunk again. Doesn't get it, and this is ridiculous. We saw Incognito earlier do this, and he doesn't get it this time. It's Sebadam trying to keep the pressure alive and on, and MJ needing to clear, and this is nail-biting stuff right here.
Absolutely crucial demo there as well. TK went for the mid boost, got it, but got immediately demoed, stopping that counter attack from Hamburg. Great heads-up play there from, I think it was Incognito, but it is such a close game at this point, and either team could take it, and it's probably just gonna come down to who's gonna pop off more or who's gonna make that first defensive mistake.
Yeah, and Sebadam was waiting upfield there, trying to hope the pass was coming through. He's going to need to get a clear on this before he gets demoed, and it's a great clear at that. He'll look to do it again, but a miss is now taking him out of the play, and it'll be a 1 versus 2, but fortunately Incognito there, the powerhouse in defense at the moment, and he is just making sure nothing comes through. Jordan with the attempted shot. TK needs to clear. He doesn't get it. Passing it to Sebadam. It's dangerous. Sebadam will look to try and get this back into center, but Zaitan's staying on the back wall, not allowing it to come through. And this is just back and forward at the moment. Neither team looking like they're going to be winning this. It just looks like it's going to be a long overtime. No mistakes really coming out from either team. And genuinely, this is just the kind of Rocket League we were hoping to see from these two teams.
Oh, absolutely. It's just so exciting, so entertaining. And MJ, I'm sorry, gets that touch. I mean, it's been both TK and MJ sort of getting it. And
goal!
Jordan is finally there.
Oh,
it took them too long.
It's nice to see. You were expecting it to happen a little bit earlier. This UWE team has really been peppering this goal. They have been shooting shot after shot after shot after shot, and to no avail. But this time coming out, Sebadam, we said it before, we'll say it again, his pass is so critical, so important, and he manages to get it. We need to take 18 shots coming the way of UWE Sea Stags, only 9 from Hamburg, but only 1 goal separating the two. A phenomenal 12 saves coming out from Hamburg that game, and honestly, most of the saves coming out were so important. They weren't just simple. It was blocks galore coming through for them. They were so good that entire game, and it's just a shame for them they weren't able to hold off UWE. We saw them improve, though, and that is what we want to see them taking into game number 4.
I'm just out of words, really, within this series. It's just this. I don't even know what to take away from this game. Both teams looked like they could snap any moment, and
yeah, definitely,
and it could be over for them. But this is so exciting to see, and I do believe that the server just went down, so we will have to talk a little longer. But
I think we can do that. I think we can do that about these two teams.
Yeah,
these two teams.
I mean, it's been so much fun to watch these two teams,
yeah.
And I'm glad to finally see Hamburg have arrived. They looked a lot better than the first 2 games, where they basically, rolled over, didn't do anything at all. And I do think what still bothers me about them, especially in defense, is the way that they try to approach some of these plays from UWE, where they are giving them way too much space and are a bit too slow to react and can't really defend these passes onto the backboard. And if they could just challenge them a bit sooner, I think they could make this a lot easier for themselves. But I mean, it's obviously easier to say, easier said than done. And I mean, they still put a hell of a performance in this game.
Yeah, they have, and it's been unreal so far. This game has been at a caliber that I have to admit I don't think we were really expecting. These two teams have come out and they have just been unreal. They've literally just been unreal. This UWE team has come out so strong and did exactly what we were expecting and exactly what we said they needed to do. We said that if Sebadam played as an individual, they were going to struggle. And instead, he has played like the perfect teammate. He has not been pressuring. He's not even been trying to take the solo plays, really. He's just been doing exactly what's needed of him to beat out this Hamburg team. And it has worked dreams for them. But early start, Incognito going off of the back wall, not getting any sort of pass coming through. A good little bit of defense. Jordan going for the 50 and Sebadam up really early, trying to go for another pass. But it doesn't matter. No one's there. I say that, and Incognito going for the shot, but Zaitan in goal, ready to block it. And now it's going to be a 2-on-1, but Zaitan can't get the pass in field, and it means Hamburg don't come away with any sort of play from that.
It was actually a good recovery from him, but once again, great reaction there from UWE's defense. And Zaitan unfortunately not able to hit that ball after the wave dash. And with that, the attack basically just stops. And I do want to see, though, this Hamburg squad, as I said, try to be a bit more aggressive, go for these challenges, and go for these 50-50s, because if they give them too much space, they will not be able to defend that for the entirety of 5 minutes.
Yeah, and Sebadam going for the block early. Incognito looking to get it back center. Can't do it. Doesn't make any contact. Just taking possession away from Zaitan. Giving it to MJ, though. And Sebadam up really early, getting the pass over to Jordan, and it's dropping down in towards the goal. And Incognito up early, and he's put it into the side, but MJ is there for the recovery. And Sebadam with the drop down. Jordan following it up. He's going to look at trying to put it over the top.
What?
He does! And almost felt like he was going to go for a pass, but instead Sebadam drops it down to him, allows him to take it, and Jordan just goes for a straight shot. None of the Hamburg team expecting that, and Jordan finding the back of the goal, and it is unbelievable start there from UWE. Completely unexpected. The goal just coming from absolutely nowhere.
Yeah, and we've been talking about Sebadam a lot this series already, but honestly, Jordan has been the one that's been scoring all the time. He always finds these angles. He's always looking for these dunks as well. And he gets that one in as well. The doozy dish for Jordan. He is absolutely on fire.
And you were just talking about him, and you were right to do so. TK stood no chance. Positioned in the middle of the goal, needed to be closer to that near post. But Jordan with the Doomsy dish coming out, he has been unreal with his goal shooting and an open goal on the kickoff for Incognito. 3 goals to the good now, and it's a repeat of the mishap that UWE faced in last game on the first kickoff. This time, Hamburg have given them the goal back for it and said, well, you're winning anyway. Take the free goal that you gave us last game. And honestly, Hamburg are struggling now. UWE absolutely dominant. We've spoken about him before. We'll speak about him again. Jordan, incredible performance so far. 2 fantastic 50s that have led to goals in previous games. And a good save there from Incognito. But a great goal in this game. He's going to look for the save, can't get it. TK sliding it under that UWE defense. We can't talk for long enough now without a goal being scored. Pass coming through from MJ and just bounce shot straight under the entirety of the UWE defense and pulling the kickoff goal back. 3-1 now to UWE, and the gap closes.
And the moment they finally are able to create some pressure of their own, they immediately force 2 players to the ball, force the double commit, and are able to score. And I don't know what happened here, but that is just a whiff. Yeah,
Incognito, bad miss. He's gonna be shaking his head at that one. He knows. He knows he shouldn't be making mistakes like that. You can't afford to. Fortunately for him, Hamburg have gifted them the free goal earlier in this game, so it doesn't affect them too much. But now with a 1-goal lead, they're going to need to pull off a better defensive performance, really, than they have these past maybe minute or so.
Yeah, absolutely. And they are... Oh, my God.
Sebadam top
is just too fast.
He just is. It's a great hit from him, and then he's immediately up. Zaitan jumps a whole maybe second before Sebadam is even up to that ball. But Sebadam, the speed, he hits it high, he hits it over the top of every other Hamburg player, re-gets it, and it's just easy for him to score from there.
And almost another disastrous kickoff there for Hamburg. They really got to work on those. But this time they seem to get away with it. What a beautiful pass between Jordan and Sebadam and Jordan. This man is just so good. Look at the wiggles. And Jordan, the man to score.
Yeah, he has absolutely baited out the defense there. This is a top-tier player playing, and you can see the way he positions his car, the way he plays. It's just so damaging towards this Hamburg team, and they are honestly ripping them apart right now. 5-2 in the game, and genuinely it does not look like Hamburg are getting back into this one.
No, not at all. It hurts to say that, but oh my God, Sebadam with the double tap, almost making that a 6th. But Hamburg, they looked a lot stronger last game, but it looks like UWE have finally found their strengths again, and they are just playing phenomenally at the moment.
Yeah, they really are. And if they continue to play like this, I actually take back what I said. They have every opportunity to beat a team like Kit. They've been so strong so far, and Kit was struggling a little on defense. Rotterdam weren't punishing that, but this UWE team are just so dominant on the offense, and they are scary. They will be a team to watch with their offensive plays. And UWE coming in, Sebadam trying to get the pass off onto the back wall. He does it, but no one is there. Double commit on the side of the defense for Hamburg. MJ putting it center. Sebadam clearing it high and wide to Incognito. He's going to look to put it back into goal. Incognito, unbelievable redirect off of the back wall there. Sebadam passing perfectly upfield. Incognito comes in. He finds the impossible angle. Splits the defense completely. Zaitan nowhere near the ball there. Unreal goal from Incognito. And in every element of this game, UWE are tearing them apart.
Are you kidding me, Incognito? You can't do that while I'm drinking. This is insane. What a goal. beautiful redirect, and it's just so good to see all 3 of these players of the UWE squad step up in this series. They are looking so hot right now. I said it earlier, they are sort of this dark horse for me, and I do expect them to even be able to move to the finals with a performance like that. And if honestly, this is probably the best we've seen from them in EURC so far.
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, this might just be one of the most, other than the Berlin match, this might be one of the most dominant performances we've seen from a team, period, on this stream. This UWE team at the moment, they might only be 3-1 up in games. They might have dropped a game, but it just needs to be said that that game that they dropped, they were having a few mishaps towards the end of the match. A good 6 seconds left goal coming through from Zaitan and the overtime goal. They looked like they were going to win that one as well. We could have seen a sweep coming through, but honestly, we thought this would be a close game. We actually thought Hamburg might take it, but UWE here, unbelievable performance from everybody. And that's not just a single player. Jordan, great Doomsy dish. Incognito, great little redirect. And Sebadam just with the great high touch and the read over the top of Zaitan. Those 3 goals alone are some top tier goals coming through, and those 3 alone would have beaten this Hamburg team. And at the moment, they are just crushing it, absolutely killing it. And it's, as the UK caster, it's great to see. Honestly, it's great to see. I know that Hamburg can perform better than this, so I do expect them to come out of this one having mentally reset a little bit, saying to each other, right, we need to pull off something spectacular. But at the moment, they're just not managing it.
Yeah, and I mean, I give you that one. You UK casters suffered enough throughout the course of this EURC 2020 campaign.
Yeah, we definitely have.
Yeah, so I'll give you that one. But it's not over yet, and Hamburg is still looking to somehow make this happen and at least force this into a Game 7. Or first a Game 6, of course.
Well, yeah, definitely. I mean, they'll obviously be looking at trying to get towards that Game 7, but to do so, they've got to put more pressure on this team. They've got to almost look for more bumps. And he's going for the pinch off of the floor, doesn't get it. It turns out to a pass, and it's going to drop down right in front of net for Incognito, who can't finish it up. He needs to score that to close out this game, but Sebadam, good 50. He hasn't got the boost to land, though, and he's going to need to retreat a little bit now.
But the pressure is already there once more. And Hamburg, I don't even know how they're planning to alleviate that. Maybe by just doing these beautiful passing plays. They're not done yet. Whenever you think it's over, whenever you count them out, they are starting to show what they are capable of doing.
And Sebadam with the same goal almost that he scored the first time. Hits it high, tries to get the read, but this time can't put it under the goal. This is a great air dribble onto the backboard. Sebadam, he's going to need to follow up this. He does so. Zaitan's in the goal. Almost a block from his own teammate. And Sebadam trying to put it high for Jordan, but nothing coming from it. Unreal play, and this really is UWE and Hamburg both at their best right now. Hamburg are holding off this team. They go for the shot, but it's not a great one from TK. Forced to try and get a shot back on target. Sebadam deep in his own goal, just waiting for the shot to come through and getting an easy clear.
Yeah, honestly, Hamburg need to force more mistakes on the side of UWE. I said it before, but so far in the last game and this one, they aren't creating too much pressure. Their touches in midfield especially aren't as good as they need to be to beat a squad like UWE.
Oh, and that's a great attempted dump from Sebadam onto MJ. MJ has to wait for him to go over him. And in the meantime, Jordan coming in early. MJ can't jump. He can't risk going out. And instead, he's found cut short at that near post. And this might be every single game we've seen so far. Sebadam passing through to Jordan. And an almost goal again off kickoff. And MJ with a pivotal save. Just as we're talking about how much it's needed for the defense to pick up, MJ comes through and does it.
But once again, they leave him too much space. They're just too hesitant in defense right now, and UWE will abuse it every time. TK doesn't know whether he should be on the wall or not, and when he decides to contest that ball, it's just too late. It's Jordan once again. And UWE, they are looking to close out this series right now. They don't want this to take any longer.
Yeah, they really don't. A pass coming through from Zaitan. It's an own pass coming through. He didn't need to be there. He pre-jumps too early, gets a beautiful pass to Sebadam, and Sebadam with just an easy shot, really. It's not a great goal because for Sebadam that's an easy goal, but Zaitan can't be making those mistakes in what is a very necessary game, and another misplay coming through. But fortunately, Zaitan there this time to back it up, and MJ needs to get a pass into center, doesn't use his flip, is beaten out on the challenge, and UWE looks set to take this match quite easily. But I want to pull back to that goal that we just saw scored. Jordan there, the read on it was unbelievable. Incognito hits it. It looks like it's going to be onto the backboard. Instead, it hits the crossbar. It comes slightly down, and Jordan using his flip, it's delayed, but he manages to use it to fit it underneath, and it is an incredible shot. We didn't really acknowledge it too much, but looking back on it, it was an absolutely perfect shot that was scored.
Absolutely, but Hamburg, they still want to at least play a role in this match, and it's just a beautiful passing play and a great little lob there from MJ. Follows it up and is able to convert that one. It's only a 2-goal lead with 1 minute and 31 seconds left to play, so Hamburg is definitely not out of this game. But do they have what it takes to really force these mistakes consistently on the side of UWE?
Yeah, I definitely think they're going to struggle. Even with that one, MJ with a great backflip. Sebadam would have expected to have saved it, but he doesn't get it. And he's still just pressuring. He's going to look to put this back into center off of the crossbar. MJ gets it, but Jordan's there. Incognito to follow into the corner. Back to Jordan, back to Incognito, but cut out by MJ. And he needed to do so, but puts it into the path of Sebadam, who will follow this and is now completely out of the play. But a good challenge from Jordan, and Sebadam up early, trying to get the block onto MJ. Can't. A drop down to Zaitan, off onto the backboard for him, to MJ, back down, but no one is there. And now Sebadam looking for the demo. Doesn't matter. Forces the early jump, and Incognito with the easy goal. The decision making from Sebadam here, brilliant. Sees he has to force TK up early. TK does. Incognito popping it over the top of him. This is 4-1, and this is pretty much all set and done for UWE now. They have looked the dominant team. They have looked like the victors from the very first game. They don't manage to get the sweep, but I think it's fair to say they're getting the victory here.
Yeah, I mean, that little mishap at the end cost them one game, but it doesn't really matter at all. They looked absolutely dominant. Their positioning, their ability to follow up on these plays, to have each other's back, has been incredible. And it's honestly great to see how they developed over the course of this EURC campaign. A lot of even UK casters, I think, doubted them, didn't expect them to go that far, but they are the last UK team alive in this tournament, and they are a top 4 team in Europe.
Yeah, and it is unbelievable to see. I mean, it's great to see, obviously, from the UK perspective. Seeing Nottingham Trent going out earlier today, we were hoping that they would still be in. They were actually arguably the better teams throughout this tournament than UWE Sea Stags. They've pulled off some better performances, but not able to remain in. But UWE Sea Stags, we said Sebadam would be the key component to them, but honestly, I think I've got to give the credit to Jordan there. Jordan pulled off some plays that I don't think I've seen in this entire UWE roster so far. In fact, I don't think I've seen it in EURC. Berlin, yes, they absolutely trounce their opponents, but they do it in a calculated, calm, professional manner. UWE Sea Stags here just absolutely ran Hamburg round the rings. They just absolutely had no chance at any point in time. Jordan was always there at every moment he needed to be. He might not have had a single save that game, but it didn't matter. The read from the crossbar, the pass coming in from Sebadam to read that early and go for it. The decision-making off of this UWE Sea Stags team might just be one of the best I think I've seen so far in EURC alongside Berlin.
Absolutely. And I'm just so... Even though Hamburg lost. I mean, they had an incredible run in this EURC 2020 campaign. Nobody expected them to go this far. Being a top 8 team in Europe in itself is already an accomplishment, especially when you look at the teams that have dropped out of this tournament earlier.
Yeah, definitely.
We have seen Portsmouth dropping, we've seen Lancaster dropping, we've seen the reigning EURC champions Oldenburg Avengers dropping out. There's been so many good teams. You were talking about the University of Jyväskylä that were eliminated last week. Yep. And I mean, the competition in Europe has become so strong, and to name yourself a top 8 team in that competition is just phenomenal. And kudos to them for making it this far. But in the end, UWE were just a better team, and I'm honestly excited to see how far they can go, because, as I said, I expected a lot from them. They didn't disappoint me, and they have improved with every single week.
Yeah, they definitely didn't disappoint me at all. I'm extremely proud that we're still managing to keep a UK team into the semi-finals. Whether or not they will manage to beat out Kit SC is a completely different story, but nevertheless, these were probably the 2 underdogs left in, and they faced each other in the quarterfinals, which is nice to see because it means we still get to see an underdog story in the semi-final potentially. But fair play facing off against Berlin, both Fair Play and Berlin getting sweeps, but I think it's fair to say Berlin did it in arguably a more spectacular fashion. Coming through to next week, do you think Berlin are gonna go through? Do we think that they've probably got this one, considering the roster they've got, considering their lineup, and considering how well they play as a team?
Yeah, I mean, we have to say they are probably the most dominant team at the moment, even though we have seen quite a few dominant performances today. But yeah, Berlin are just incredible. And if they can keep that level up, and so far they have been able to do so, but if they can keep it up for semifinals and potentially the final, they are still the favorites, I believe, in this tournament. Yeah, so I think anything outside of a maybe 4-2 series against Fair Play would already be an upset. So, yeah, I do think they are massive favorites in this matchup.
Yeah, definitely. So I think if we see the 2 favorites from both matches going through, we could actually be seeing an all-German final.
We could potentially at this point. However, I do have my concerns with Kit SC. We expected the series between Kit SC and Rotterdam to be the closest, and in the end, it turned out to be the closest series. I mean, it was a game 7, and they were just trading games back and forth. But I also think we saw a lot of mistakes in that series as well from both teams. And a team like UWE, especially with a performance like that, will abuse these defensive mistakes. We have seen how fast they are to the ball. We've seen how good they challenge balls. And if Kit SC allow themselves to get in the situation where they have these defensive slip-ups, where they have these whiffs, and where they can't control the backboard, Jordan, Incognito, and Sebadem will just roll them over. It's probably not gonna be close even. So at the moment, I do actually think UWE are the favorites unless Kit SC are able to fix their issues.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, we saw Rotterdam taking advantage of it. In particular, we saw Wizard just racing to every single ball that Kit SC had in their defense, and it cost them maybe 3 or 4 goals in the entire series. Now, they're not even going to get that chance against UWEC Stags because there'll be nothing to chase. UWEC Stags will already be at that ball before Kit SC can even try and get it out. Kit SC need to speed up on defense. If they don't, they are going to be stuck. And I mean literally stuck in goal with limited boost, 12 apiece maybe, just trying to fight off UWEC Stags attack after attack after attack. And we saw through that, we expected Sebadam to be the main person to be making all the passes, and he just wasn't. He made critical passes in the first couple of games, yeah, but Incognito came out and made equally as great passing plays. I'd say the only person who wasn't really making too many passing plays there was probably Jordan, but it didn't matter because he was there to follow up every single ball. He was the ultimate goal scorer, and in my opinion, from what I saw in today's matches, I'm probably going to go for Jordan as the man of the day for me, because he just played unbelievably. You don't see it that often from UWE because you see Sebadam taking the spotlight. But today, Jordan was just unreal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you definitely want to give him the player of the series at least. And yeah, we could argue that he probably was popping up the most individually out of all players that we've seen today in these 4 matches. I mean, especially in a game that was expected to be a lot closer than the one that we probably saw between Berlin and Northern Lions, or where you can argue for Nakvilo having an incredible performance as well, or in the game in the first game of the day between Nottingham and Groningen. But still, yeah, it's been a great quarterfinal. I mean, there have been upsets, and I think the biggest upset for me still is the fact that out of the 3 Dutch teams, in my opinion, the weakest actually got through.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair to say. It's definitely fair to say.
But I mean, I don't know what to take away from that, because does that mean that Groningen actually aren't the weakest of the 3? They could potentially be the best. Do they have a chance to even challenge Berlin? Or was it just an easier schedule? Was it just the fact that they had to play a handicapped Nottingham team that was just not going to able to deliver on their expectations today?
Yeah. Now, obviously, speaking from what I personally know, so I speak to quite a few of the Nottingham team. I know them fairly well. Instinct had to go home because of obviously this whole COVID thing, as a lot of people are being affected by. But he had to go home, which means he doesn't have his desktop. He's playing on a laptop with his phone 4G on 40 FPS. Now, Johnny already plays on 40 FPS on his standard laptop and somehow still manages to pull off the performances he does. And then Misty's playing from Malaysia at the moment. So
yeah, I mean, the ping issues
the ping issues are massive. But not just the ping issues. What people have got to bear in mind is for him, it's like 3 a.m., 2 a.m. Like, he is hours ahead of everybody else. He is already fatigued coming straight into that match. That's not to take any credit away from Fair Play Groningen, because they did play well. But we've got to bear it in mind, they got swept by Portsmouth in the winners' quarterfinals last week in the 16, swept Bath Salts, and then reverse swept Lankers. Now, arguably, they had a much easier run than everybody else, because Rotterdam swept Portsmouth, but Portsmouth swept Groningen. And it's just, everybody is sweeping everybody, but not in the ways you expect it. UWE Sea Stags 3-1 Northern Lions. So, with regards to Berlin sweeping Northern Lions as well, that's not really too much of a feat per se, because UWE were close to doing that anyway, same as they were close to sweeping Hamburg here, which we were not expecting to happen at all. UWE Sea Stags sweeping Lankers and then getting through to this stage. They had a relatively difficult run. They had a run against one of the teams who also made it into the semi-finals. They played one of the teams who Fair Play only just managed to beat out. UWE have done a really good job of getting to where they've got to. They've played well, they've played impressive. But I think, honestly, one of the hardest runs that any team has had so far has actually been Berlin. having to play Hamburg, and then having to play Kit FC to get through to this stage anyway, and they dominated both of them. A 3-0 sweep against Hamburg, a 3-1 victory against Kit FC, a 4-0 sweep in the quarterfinals. They're just not looking like they're struggling against any of these teams at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I think I said it earlier already, but especially after this addition of High Roll to the squad, they look even more dominant and even scarier now. And I don't want to take anything away from Dot, who was on the lineup previously, but it just looks like the chemistry that they have evolved with Dot was immediately transferred to High Roll and even beyond that. And that is just insane, given the fact that these guys don't even play as much together. And it just shows crazy how good of a player every single player is in this squad, because they just know the ins and outs of everything that is important in this game. They know exactly where their teammates are. They know exactly what role to fill in this squad, and they do it perfectly and without making nearly no mistakes. And Yes, I said it, and I will say it again. I do think they are the tournament favorite, but
Definitely.
I hate to say it. I almost want UWE to beat KTC because I do not think that KTC will stand a chance in a final against Berlin. We've seen it before. They tend to get too nervous, to choke, and to basically lose anything they are known for in their play style. And that's why I kind of even hope that UWE will make it to finals, because I think it's going to be a super interesting series between Berlin and UWE. But we'll see. It's of course, anything could happen. This is Rocket League, and anything's possible in Rocket League, and especially in this year's EURC. It's been an absolutely incredible run so far, and we have seen so many upsets, so many amazing games, amazing performances by teams that nobody expected to perform at all. And it's just been a pleasure to cast these games, honestly.
Yeah, it really has. And I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to next week's matches, just because I think we've got both the semi-final and the final, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, and it's not even next week. It's this week. It's on Sunday.
Sorry, yeah. So this week, on Sunday. Yeah, I do apologize for that one. Yeah, so Sunday, we're going to be having the semi-finals. Berlin facing off against Groningen, and then Kit SC facing a dominant UWE Sea Stags. And then the winners of both of those playing each other later. But it's going to be absolutely incredible to see. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not excited to watch these games, I don't know what's wrong with you. You probably, I don't know, you've probably stayed at home for too long. But
probably the quarantine is affecting everybody at this point in time. If you're doing something other than watching these matches.
Yeah, this is just these are just amazing semifinals, and I do think with that we will finally close out this day. I thank you once again for joining us. It's been amazing casting alongside you.
Amazing casting alongside you too, Crafty. And thank you very much for everybody who's been watching. It's been great having the participation. It's been great seeing your poll results, even if you were unanimously wrong about Hamburg beating UWE there. But I'm glad you've all tuned in. I'm glad you're watching. Thank you so much as well to Drumsaws for the first 2 matches of casting. Absolutely great performance from everybody all around. And thank you very much for Space Marine for the production of today.
Absolutely. And with that, we will leave you into the night and say goodbye to you. Make sure to follow this channel, of course, and make sure to tune in on Sunday. I do not have the specific time unless production is going to tell it to me right this second. Repeat, please. 7 p.m. CST. We'll get that. That was perfect. You can just look it up on the Discord, follow the channel, follow social media. Make sure to tune in on Sunday. We're looking forward to having you again, and it's going to be a phenomenal day of finals. So make sure to be there. And with that, I'm Crafty. I was joined by Killsync and Drumsaws later on previously. And good night. We'll see you on Sunday.
Ich war gestern so hart am Grinden. Die neue Map. Einfach einen DD dabei gehabt mit AOE-Skin und Live-Drain.
Easy, ich habe alle Event-Quests abgeschlossen. Genug extra XP, dann ziehst du noch einen Booster aus der Lootbox, kannst selbst Sets farmen und Levels auch noch genug.
Safe and sound.